Good morning, America. I'm Robert McNeely. Thank you for tuning in to Right Side Broadcasting Network. President Trump to hold a press conference with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of the State of Israel at 1:15 this afternoon. Stick with us for breaking news, an exclusive interview on some of the sad events over the course of the weekend. We saw that a Mormon church within the great state of Michigan, sadly, violence happening there, and President Trump commenting about this pandemic of violence, that it has to stop in America, and that looking forward to solutions when it comes to this kind of chaos and this far-left violence. We'll talk to an expert on that over the course of these couple of hours, and this should be an interesting press conference. This is at least the third or fourth visit from Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, good friends with President Trump and the State of Israel, really the Middle East seeing peace unlike ever before. There have been concerns, though, as Doha, Qatar has been hit on different occasions, once from Iran, once from Israel, for different situations. Once it was the American Air Force Base that President Trump actually visited with Vice President J.D. Vance during his Gulf state tour. In addition to that, the Iranians did warn the Qatari government and the emir that would take place beforehand, the emir then alerting the United States. Now, as of recent, there were alleged Hamas terrorists hiding out in the Qatari capital of Doha, and a strike happening there as well. Now, discussion potentially of a sort of NATO-esque pact that might happen between the Middle Eastern and specifically Arab nations. We'll watch for that, and I'm sure some of those questions and answers will happen today, as Israel has had to defend itself with the help of the United States and other allies throughout the region and throughout the Western world in light of October 7th of 2023 and the attack from Hamas on innocent people simply attending a concert, something that should not happen, whether it be in Israel or the United States, and that truly was the worst attack on the Jewish people since that of World War II. We've seen a history of anti-Semitism throughout the world, and the Prime Minister has been keenly aware of it during his tenure, and President Trump has spoken out on this very issue, and on many occasions, although friends with the Prime Minister, I think President Trump really putting some restraint when it comes to the use of arms as much as possible, given these peace dialogues. President Trump has been the peace president. 7 different wars solved within the course of nearly 7 to 8 months while in office, 250 days, give or take, since January 20th of this year when he was sworn in for that second non-consecutive term. So as we await President Trump to hold a press conference with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at 1:15, we're very keenly aware of the violence in the world right now, the sad things happening, and the anti-Semitism that has been on our college campuses, that has been throughout the world in history. And President Trump aware of that, and I'm sure we'll address some of that today with the Prime Minister of Israel. In other news as well, we say goodbye to Russell M. Smith, the president of the Latter-day Saints Church, the Mormon Church, who left a legacy of countless children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren as well. Truly a legacy of love, and President Trump stating that on Truth Social, that he remembers his work and the leadership within that church over the course of many decades. So our thoughts and prayers with our Mormon brothers and sisters as they say goodbye to their leader, who lived a great life, 100 years young, and we will celebrate that moving forward. Someone who, like Charlie Kirk, wanted to go and spread that gospel message of peace and love with all of the world. So our thoughts and prayers again with that gentleman, as President Trump attending the Ryder Cup over the weekend. Congratulations to Europe. If we look at cut one, Mr. Director, some fun that the European team, specifically Rory McIlroy, had with President Trump. And President Trump said he is watching, so he shared that on Truth Social with the European team, many of them who make their homes full-time here in America. And Rory McIlroy stating that in the press conferences leading up to the competition that America is the greatest country in the world with countless opportunities that are out there. If you work hard and put your mind to it, you can literally become anything. And how really proud he was to have the opportunity to come to America early on in his career and in his life. So lots of fun, lots of jest, a great competition. If you watched the end of it yesterday, the Americans were down 12-5 in the four-ball and foursome competitions on Friday and Saturday. Each day, 36-hole competitions leading up into the final singles matches. And wow, they almost made that comeback. So congratulations to both teams. The 100th anniversary of the Ryder Cup will be played in County Limerick, Ireland in 2027. Set for September of that year at Adair Manor, a fine venue to celebrate the centennial of a classic competition between the United States and Europe. Thank you to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. It's flu season, whether it's COVID, the flu itself, or just the cough, sniffles, and a cold. That family member of yours, especially those little kids, they could wake up with a cold or a fever. So Tamiflu, antibiotics, antivirals, ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, immune support, NAD+, methylene blue, over 200 essential medications that could be life-saving for you and yours. Code RSBN10. It's 10% off right now, flu season. Scan that QR code there, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Be sure to check that out as you get ready for your fall trips. And gold, monetary gold. Robert Kiyosaki, a good friend of President Trump, has warned about two banks failing just this year. So where does that leave you? Your hard-earned savings, your retirement, your pensions. You should keep some of that, right? But with inflation and money, paper money specifically, $37 trillion in debt thanks to President Trump's living predecessors and a Congress that spends like crazy. It's getting better, but historically, they have done that in the last half century. So grab your complimentary presidential gold guide today with number 45 and 47 right on that front cover. It's no obligation, as mentioned. Call now. Don't delay. Call today. Find out how you can eliminate your IRA permanently and for free. Get rid of those fees. You don't need them. 888-617-7994. It's 888-617-7994. RSBNforthegold.com. It's RSBNforthegold.com. Call immediately to discover how you can eliminate IRA fees permanently. RSBNforthegold.com. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki, he is very fond of this group. So are we here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Monetary gold, they are the best in the business. As the Pentagon is pressing the United States contractors to double or even quadruple production of 12 key missiles, including Patriot interceptors. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has called all active duty generals and admirals, hundreds in fact, to the Pentagon to have a meeting this week with President Trump and the good secretary. We'll see what that details. It's unprecedented, as that normally has not happened over the course of recent history. But also, you might hear that word thrown around a lot, of unprecedented, and the civilian command that does, in fact, run our military. And Secretary Hegseth knows a thing or two as a Bronze Star recipient. Also unprecedented, but duly noted, James Comey being indicted last week on 2 counts for lying to Congress. And we will see what takes place with him. He has turned himself in freely. We'll see how that all goes. We'll be watching that extraordinarily closely, as the Justice Department has stated that they are looking into Christopher Wray, the former FBI director, the successor of James Comey, regarding January 6th and the potential of having up to 200 plus FBI informants and employees who were undercover at January 6th on the Capitol. So we'll be watching that story very closely on this Monday, September 29th. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, I'm Robert McNeely. So we're 10 minutes into our broadcast. We'll have a nice long broadcast for you today as we prep for President Trump to hold that press conference with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. The Marines had a special opportunity last Friday to speak with President Trump on that evening, right after he went to the Ryder Cup. And here's a quick rehearsal of cut number 4, Mr. Director. If you're not familiar with the Guard and the Marines who stand at attention right outside of the West Wing or outside of the Oval Office, here's an opportunity to see their drills right on the south lawn of the White House. And President Trump has really never, ever changed. He's been very consistent since 1987 on putting America first, whether it be on entertainment programs like Late Night with David Letterman or various other media appearances. I can remember growing up and tuning into Greta Van Susteren on the Fox News channel. President Trump would call in and speak on his opposition to the Iraq war and wanting peace and saying, if we're going to go in, why don't we take the oil? Why don't we be America first for once? He always had that populist message. Well, he released a video, cut number 12, and that's the second 12, Mr. Producer. For some reason, in preparation for the show today, I decided to skip number 13, just like they do on, in hospitals, the 13th floor. Just get rid of it altogether. I don't know why I did that, but I did. So it's 12, number 2, President Trump on the David Letterman show. And it sounds very similar to President Trump in 2025.
How come this seat is at such a low level? I'm looking at him. He's got this stage rigged, folks.
No. But
that seat is a good six inches higher than my seat.
And so am I.
Huh? I see.
What were you like as a kid? What kind of childhood did you have?
Well, I had a good childhood, wonderful parents, really good parents, and it was a good, solid childhood, I'd say. Very normal in a lot of respects, but a very, very solid childhood.
Yeah.
From the standpoint of family,
Are you a driven person? Did you jump out of bed in the morning and just...
I don't think of myself as driven. I'm fortunate. I don't need lots of sleep like some people, and some people don't. I don't need that. I would say that I'm somebody that enjoys what I do, and I enjoy it so much that perhaps I do it well. But I really enjoy what I do. I don't like to think of myself as driven. I don't like to think of myself really as ambitious. I just enjoy what I do.
What would it take, what kind of a hit would it take to get your attention where you would maybe need a drink? Where somebody came in and said, Don, we got some bad news. Woo! That's 7-Eleven in Akron. Well, what?
Hopefully, David, I wouldn't be in a position where I'd have to take that kind of...
I know that. I know. We're just pretending.
I just want to tell you that.
You act like you're running for something.
No.
What's the deal with you and Ed Koch? Is this an old irritation between the two of you, or is this something new?
No, it's really not. Ed Koch is a man who I've liked at some points in terms of... I have no objection to Ed except for one thing. He's not a very capable or competent mayor. He's done...
Whoa!
He's done a bad, as most of you New Yorkers would probably know, he's done a pretty bad job running New York, and that hurts me and it hurts everybody. And when I see somebody that's not competent and he's running something, and something that I have really a big stake in, it bothers me, and I do something about it.
Are you speaking from a position of somebody who has a lot of really, really special interest in the city?
No, it's not I do have a special interest. I have a special interest in New York. New York City is a hot city. It's a great city. It's the greatest city in the world, according to many, and according you're here, and we're also here.
Right.
And I hate to see some of the things happening with New York that have happened under the Koch administration. So I hit him pretty hard in the book. But I hit him fairly in the book. I hit him very fairly. Yeah. Probably very hard in the book, but very fairly.
Is it kind of a pointless defense to say that this city is so big that it is actually unmanageable to a certain extent, and he's doing the best he can, sort of just tending it day to day?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I hope that's never a defense of anybody. I did the Woolman skating rink in 4 months for $2 million or $2.5 million. They started 7 years before that and were unable to build it. I think they spent something like $15 million.
This is a huge ice skating facility in Central Park, which the city was...
7 years. 7 years.
7 years, they could not get it open.
They could not build it,
Yeah.
and we did it in 4 months. So, you know, you say, hey, it's big and everything else, and give them a little bit more time, but the fact is, that's a disgrace. The zoos are a disgrace. The subways, the schools.
But
Really, David, it's really management. It's management, it's competence, it's capability, it's just basic ability, and Ed Koch doesn't have it.
Yeah, but you're speaking again from the over the fence in private enterprise. He's trying to run a municipal administration.
It can be done.
You think it could be done?
Absolutely. By the right person, it could be done.
Yeah. Any thoughts? I mean, would you want to be mayor of this city?
No, I wouldn't want to be mayor. It'd run very well if I was mayor, but I would not want to be the mayor of New York.
And what about the, are people trying to draft you to run for president up in New Hampshire?
Well, I guess a lot of people want to see this country, it's a shame what's happening. Japan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, everybody's taking advantage of the United States. People know that if certain people are running a country, that it won't happen. I mean, when you look at Japan, not paying for the defense, we're defending Japan. We're losing billions and billions of dollars. We're fighting for AIDS help and for farmers and for this and that. And it's a shame, and the Japanese folks, who I respect greatly, but they're not treating us fairly. They're really not treating us fairly. Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, they're not paying us anything for the services we're rendering, and I think it's a disgrace. And I think people look at certain people, and maybe me, if I were in a position, this country, believe me, would not be ripped off like it is, and it is just being ripped off so badly by our so-called allies.
Yeah. So that's a pretty strong statement. So now, are you saying
I don't think it's strong. I think it's fair. And by the way, I have tremendous respect for the Japanese. I do a lot of business with the Japanese, and they smile about it too. They know it. The country is losing billions and billions of dollars to Japan, and we can't afford to lose. And it's a shame.
But so now, are you saying this by way of indicating that you could do it better, and you do intend to run for president at some point?
No, I'm not going to run for president, but I think somebody...
Now, in 8 years, if you came back, would you have a different answer? In 4 years,
I tend to doubt it. I really tend to doubt it. But I just think that there are so many ways that this country can straighten itself out, and we're not going about those ways. Cutting farm aid is not the appropriate thing. Cutting help for the homeless and help for the poor and welfare... Certain things can be done that really will mean big dollars to this country, and those things are not being done right now.
Let me ask you one other question, because I know you have other appointments and stuff to get to. If you go to dinner and the bill is like, say, $25, how much of a tip would you throw down?
Well, you know, the way I feel about tips, if somebody does a super job, I give more than anyone. And if somebody does a lousy job, I probably give less than anybody. And that's the way I feel about life. Life should be, you should be rewarded for competence and capability and doing a job and having a smile on your face, maybe, if that's the case. And I'm a pretty good tipper when somebody's good, and I'm a pretty lousy tipper if somebody's not good. So that's the way it is.
But, you know, sitting here listening to this stuff, it seems to me you are dying to get to some public platform to superimpose those feelings upon the American awareness.
Mr. President, should we extend a team today?
President Trump, are you confident, sir, there'll be peace in Gaza anytime soon? And the 21-point plan, is everyone on board?
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arriving at the West Wing, greeted by none other than President Trump. And that was a great video from 1987. Amazing how consistent someone can be in the political sphere when they lead with courage. Thank you to Kalshi.com/RSBN, a great place to trade and bet on a number of different things like who will win the Nobel Peace Prize. Well, President Trump is leading the way with 7 victories of peace between 14 different nations over the course of 7 months. Will President Zelensky meet with President Putin before January? Will it be bilateral? Will it be trilateral? What will we see here as Russia and Ukraine, God willing, will have peace before the end of the year? Scan that QR code there. Kalshi, trade on anything. And I hope you put those trades in this weekend for the Ryder Cup to football. Wow, I mean, my goodness, what a great amount of competition, some heartbreak as well. So much happening in the world of sports where you can dive in here at Kalshi.com. Did you happen to see my Illinois Fighting Illini 34-32 against the University of Southern California? The Trojans had to be sent back west to sunny California on a beautiful day in Champaign, Illinois. Homecoming weekend, that was quite a finish. Or last night between the Dallas Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers, a tie, 40 apiece. Well, I think the real winners are the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders because they have a 400% increase in their salary if they're veterans on the squad. That story being broken by USA Today over the weekend. Why am I bringing this up? Because Kalshi.com/RSBN, you can trade on these very issues, from music to sports to culture and politics. Everything in between, whatever affects the American ethos, it's there for you. Kalshi.com/RSBN. And now as we get into these gorgeous fall months, you can get angelpaste.com, the miracle cream that you have seen me use right here on the network. Vitamin B, non-GMO, no chemicals. I still use it today to keep my skin glowing and healthy as possible. Experience that miracle that is angelpaste.com. They also have the orange option filled with vitamin C, also non-GMO, no chemicals. Angelpaste.com, a natural facial spray. Guys, I'm telling you, it works well for you too. You don't have to tell anyone about it, but it is the go-to miracle cream. Now, it's also great. They are Christian-owned, they hire veterans, and they're based out of Spring, Texas, off the Gulf of America. Thank you to angelpaste.com. And we'll take a quick commercial break. We're with RSBN outside of the West Wing. President Trump meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Stick with us as we expect a press conference at 1:15 this afternoon. Don't change that channel. It's Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. As Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with President Trump, we'll take you there live if we get any open press for their meeting before the press conference scheduled for 1:15. President Trump is expected to pursue peace in Gaza through the ceasefire. He seems to be encouraging that, and from all points truly leading back to him being the peace president. And as I saw just looking at the body language there without assuming anything, he looks like he means business today. Remember when he ended the 12 days war and the ceasefire that initially happened, Israel responding after 12 hours, firing more missiles towards Iran. And he said with the explicitive, they don't know what they're doing on the South Lawn of the White House. We know that President Trump, with friend and foe, will be extraordinarily forthright regardless of who's sitting at the other side of the table. And we know that Bibi Netanyahu, a dear friend of the president, has nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. So he can add his name to Claudia Tenney of New York, or even Buddy Carter down in Georgia, to countless governments around the world, including Pakistan, who have endorsed President Trump's name to be the next winner of Oslo, Norway's Peace Prize, their highest honor. And I think it's aptly due and time for President Trump to receive that prestigious award. As you see the Marine outside at attention, we're outside of the West Wing, that means that President Trump is in the office and meeting currently with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Wonderful way to be welcomed into the halls of the executive office of the President of the United States. And if you've been with us since the top of the hour, you might have caught that video from 1987 on the David Letterman show. President Trump speaking to the very issues affecting us today, whether it be at the time Japan, Saudi Arabia, taking advantage of America through tariffs, through the use of getting away from the American dollar. President Reagan was also the capitalist president. But what few remember back in 1987 is the fact that he slapped a 100% tariff on the Japanese government because they were, like China, manipulating their currency. And President Trump has been extraordinarily forthright with those friends and foes when it comes to reassembling the trade alignments and the global structure of the economy throughout the entire world during his tenure. And that's the fear, as Ed Koch failed New York City way back in 1987 with Cut 23, Mr. Producer. President Trump is definitely concerned about his hometown being overrun by a self-proclaimed communist, New York City's communist, Zohran Mamdani. We know that Eric Adams has dropped out of the race, the current mayor. So now it's a three-way race between the Republican Chris Sliwa, Independent Andrew Cuomo, and the Democrat communist Zohran Mamdani. Running for mayor will prove to be one of the best things that will ever happen to our great Republican Party if this individual wins. He is going to have problems with Washington like no mayor in the history of our once great city. Now remember, he needs the money from me as president in order to fulfill all of his fake communist promises. He won't be getting any of it. So what's the point of voting for him? The ideology has failed always for thousands of years. It will fail again, and that's guaranteed. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. So we will watch that very closely, that race. Now a three-way race. Some have called for Curtis Sliwa to drop out as the Republican. Right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we don't take a stance on that. We're actually very interested in interviewing all three of those individuals and have reached out to those campaigns and will continue to do that, as New York City being the largest in America, the largest city and the economic hub and central of this American experiment. You can't lose it to someone like a communist. We've had incompetent mayors in the past, and Rudy Giuliani had to clean it up. But here's my thing. As a young man, this Zohran Mamdani, he has one of the whitest, best smiles you could see out there. I wonder if he went to the communist dentist in order to get his teeth taken care of, because those veneers, if they are veneers, look quite fantastic. Or he just has the best dental hygiene in the history of time, because it's interesting how these communists, they hate the free market system, but they want to use it for themselves. It's amazing. Speaking of clean air, clean water, and clean homes, drink pure, live pure with covepure.com/RSBN. This is no communist water filtration system. In fact, it's reverse osmosis technology, American made, that takes 99.9% of the impurities out of the water, specifically fluoride, agricultural runoff, and yes, hormone blockers like birth control. You may ask, well, how does that happen, that you'd have birth control runoff in the water? Well, our bodies don't absorb everything that we ingest, and that has to go somewhere. So when you flush it down the toilet, the water treatment plants don't take all of the chemicals or all of that runoff out of the system quite like a clear water technology does do. As a result, you're getting that runoff of antibiotics to antidepressants to the hormone blockers, just not good for your system. So that's why Clearwater technology was produced and made for this specific reverse osmosis system. Protect what matters most. Drink pure, live pure. It's $200 off of this amazing system that is truly, you could sit that right on the top of your kitchen counter. And people like Secretary Kennedy clearly have been in the right when coming to removing fluoride from the water system over the course of the last couple of decades. If your children drink from the tap, JAMA Pediatrics found this, that they could lose over 2 points of IQ if they drink from the tap regularly. So protect yourself, protect your family. Do what Utah and Florida has done with legislation, getting rid of the fluoride out of the water. It's covepure.com/RSBN. Scan that QR code there now. $200 off. And allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. It is flu season. Prepare your medicine cabinet before you get surprised with a cough, with a flu, and then there's nothing in that medicine cabinet the next morning. You can have things like Tamiflu to antibiotics, antivirals, hydrochloroquine, immune support. It's NAD+, it's methylene blue, and amazing life-saving medications. All with the emergency medical kits. Get the quality over the quantity, and it should be affordable, right? So they do that right here for you. No red tape, no bureaucracy. Simply a pharmacist note. It's doctors and nurses, pharmacists at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN that truly are concerned with your health first and foremost. They're great patriots, and we are very grateful for their support here at the right side of history. Scan that QR code once more for RSBN 10, RSBN 10, 10% off now. Prepare for flu season. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Just after 11:30, the bottom of the hour, as we anticipate a 1:15 press conference with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. President Trump has pushed the peace and the ceasefire hopes, and we'll see if it's a rather forthright discussion. I'm sure it will be, because Israel's been in the position to having to defend itself. Some have questioned the way it's done that, but I can't blame them after October 7th of 2023 and what happened with the targeting of innocent life by Hamas terrorists. And the problem is that the Palestinians are now run by Hamas. They've elected them into their offices, into their specific Congress as representatives, and Hezbollah from the north has participated in these killings, especially in those civilian areas. I had my mayor of Sandy Springs, Georgia, where I have resided for the last 3.5 or so years. That gentleman went on a bipartisan trip with 13 other mayors, and I sat during his presentation in July of last year to actually see the footage that the legacy media refused to show. Bullet holes to people being barricaded in the very north of Israel with their borders that were impeded upon by Hezbollah, who joined in the fight. And the experts on the ground stating that thank God Hezbollah did not attack in the initial ground force with Hamas, because it would have been even worse of a bloodbath. But what they did was just egregious and terrible to these innocent Jews in that region of their country. And that's been the fear. It's been in getting back up towards that border, because that's where they have most of their agricultural services to help feed and nourish the entire state of Israel. There was a story about four Hezbollah terrorists actually sitting down to dinner with a Jewish grandmother as she was in fear, hiding her family members in what would be a large safe room. Some of them have these big chambers. If you've seen movies like Safe House or what have you, they actually go and hide in there. It's a terrible situation. So we will see what President Trump and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu have to share on that very topic. Now, we do have a special guest today. It's Nick DeMauro. He's a chief executive officer of LEAD, that is Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, also a former New Jersey police officer and detective. Thank you, sir, for joining Right Side Broadcasting Network on the live desk. You're an expert at safety and securing our schools, our churches, and our thoughts and prayers with the Wolverine state of Michigan. It's horrible to think about going to church and worshiping with followers of the word, and you have a situation with a maniac which took place in Michigan over the weekend.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, thanks for having me on today. Unfortunately, people say because he was able to be, killed during the situation that, justice was served. But really, we got to get to the core root of what caused this situation in the first place. Because we have to try to prevent acts of violence in this country. And I think we really need to do a better job in focusing on root prevention type issues. And, what is the root cause of what these things happen. I was just over in Berlin, Germany last week at a seminar, and they were talking about weather-related prevention violence issues. And it was kind of an interesting look at, prevention in a different light. And I think we really need to take a look at what causes people to make these decisions.
Yes, sir. In your assessment as an expert, what are those root causes? Is it something in the home that's bringing them up? Is it far left wing? Is it far right wing? What's happening to people? Because these are premeditated crimes, are they not? The fact that they would go in there and take innocent life like this, and in many cases take their own life. We're seeing way too much of it in the United States.
Absolutely. It's a mental health issue, but it's definitely a mental health issue. But what's the root cause of that mental health is really the issue we have to look at. And, we get into this debate all the time, depending on what side of the aisle you sit on. Is it the gun that causes the issue, or is it the person pulling the trigger, So we really have to look at things and really work at prevention and really make decisions and educate people to make good decisions. Yes, the root of all evil is communication, and we have to make sure that what's going on is understood. This situation, was it a religious situation? Was it a terrorist action? That's what's important here in this investigation with the authorities. I hope they don't just say, okay, the suspect has been killed, so we don't have to look any further. We know he did it. We have to look at why he did it, and that's what I think is important.
As I study politics and history, and as we have great law enforcement people like yourself, Nick, on the network, I think a lot about the idea of, does history repeat itself? Well, I've come to the conclusion that history rhymes. We see a situation here, especially in the last quarter century of America, and even Health and Human Services asking this very question, whether it's a situation like Tylenol potentially being linked to autism, or too many pills in our environment, or whatever the issue might be. And as you said, mental illness, we have seen churches and schools under attack. Is there a way, whether it's an increase in tax funding, public-private partnerships to get law enforcement officers, whether on or off duty, or even retired security guards into these arenas so that it can prevent the bad guy from coming in the first place. Because, again, there seems to be a pattern here, and it seems like history is rhyming.
Well, it's funny you said that. And LEAD is working right now with our scientific advisory board and representatives from different universities. We're looking at creating a position of community prevention officer in each police department in the country, where a police officer is designated in a leadership role in a police department to work on all types of prevention issues. The law enforcement we look at as a key. We're there 24/7 in communities, okay? And it's a specialist position, and I think law enforcement has to be looked at in a different light right now because it's a core. We have an opportunity in law enforcement to make a real difference in society, and I think we have to take it to the next step. And I think community prevention officers in communities throughout the country is something we should have.
And what does that look like? We actually had a wonderful weekend down here in Auburn, Alabama, with the Opelika Police Department, Opelika Fire Department. For our viewers, stay tuned for the Voice of Reason because you're really in for a treat. Well, they had a burger and badges, almost a brew-off. So, everyone got together. They were making burgers for the community. It was an opportunity, especially for young children, to see their law enforcement in action and the brave men and women of blue and red who are willing to run into fire-burning buildings and into the line literally of fire in order to protect their fellow citizens. Is that a good way for, especially young Americans to see the bravery of the men and women in blue?
Absolutely. And I think that's what we need to be doing more of. We have to get, they started years ago with community policing. But we need to take it to the next step. What law enforcement does in a community is really should be preventing these situations from happening. And I was just in Dallas. I gave a talk on Saturday in Dallas at a hotel, and basically I was saying what the difference in law enforcement, what the difference between law enforcement was 40 years ago and what law enforcement is now is an incredible difference. When 40 years ago, when a police officer pulled up to a school, everybody jumped up out of the chair. Oh my God, what's the matter? What's going to happen? Either someone was sick or someone was going to get arrested. Now a police officer pulls up into a school and it's like, hey, Officer Joe is here. Officer Nick is here. This is fantastic. So we've changed that culture in law enforcement. We have to take the next step now.
It's good to see that. I can remember, too, and I appreciate, sir, your work with the drug and enforcement and violence, because I remember that program DARE from back during my schooling and seeing all of that. It was fantastic just to get to know the police officers in the community as on a first-name basis, and it's very special. So Nick DeMauro, Chief Executive Officer at LEAD, come back and see us soon at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thanks for all you do. And yeah, please say hi to our fellow men and women in blue. We love you guys.
Absolutely, and we have a big program in Alabama, so I guess it's Roll Tide, right?
It's they were big against Georgia this weekend. So in this part of town, in this part neck of the woods in Alabama, it's more of the Auburn Tigers War Eagle. But regardless, some great football this weekend.
All right, take care, sir.
Take care, Nick. Have a great day. Thank you, sir. Safe. And it's wonderful to have truly our experts in the field who know a thing or two about solving these problems that are facing America, because you should not go into a church and you should not go into school with any fear or thinking that your life might end. And given the events over the course of the last few months, it's been on my mind as I go and worship on the weekends. And I'm always reassured when there is an armed officer on the campus, because evil does exist, and we've been very much reminded of that recently. Our thoughts and prayers with our Mormon brothers and sisters, especially up in the Wolverine state of Michigan. Thank you to mypillow.com/RSBN. The 6-piece towel set sale back in stock. So get this right now before it's gone. You know it moves fast. It's regularly $70. It's 70, under $40 now, a very limited quantity. It is mypillow.com/RSBN. Call today. Don't delay. 800-836-7566. Support Mr. Mike Lindell and Right Side Broadcasting Network. Shop now at mypillow.com/RSBN with code RSBN. Easy to remember, the purveyor of free speech, defender of election integrity, and heck, he might be the next governor of Minnesota, telling our very own Matthew Alvarez 2 weeks ago, I'm thinking about it. So Mr. Mike Lindell, let us know. Maybe he'll announce here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, if you like what you see, we are your go-to live desk. It's an honor to do so with original programming, and heck, we even go out into the field when that all happens. And stay tuned for 2026. I have a feeling that President Trump and Vice President Vance will be crisscrossing this great nation once again. Support us right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can text RSBN to 801-801. We also have a physical address. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. It's the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, 36830, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Can I hear a War Eagle? You can donate there, or, again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Text RSBN to 801-801. We are very, very, very grateful for your dollars as we continue in this battle against legacy media. And heck, we want to cooperate with everybody, but we want to get the truth out there on the right side of history, the correct side of history. And with Bible-believing Christians like yourselves, and maybe those who don't believe, but tune into the network for their daily news, please like, share, and subscribe, and let's get the word out there that there is a network that doesn't cut off the press conferences, which you'll see at 1:15, that goes to the full speeches of your 45th and 47th President of the United States, to your 50th Vice President, the 119th Congress. We want to literally pull the curtain back so you can see just what the heck is happening, the government you put into place on November 5th of last year. So we're grateful for you, the viewers. At 11:47, we'll take a quick commercial break. Don't change that dial. It's Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door. Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. As we have a quick promo for the NRB, you can visit tct.tv for a new film called Jesus Freaks, brought to you by the Sorbo family. You might remember Kevin Sorbo from the Hercules of the 1990s, that great television show. His lovely wife Sam, son Braden, and Ashley Hibbs all getting together to tell the story of love, faith, and the power of the Holy Spirit rocked the world. In 1972, if you were saved during the Jesus movement, join with friends and watch it together. You can watch in homes, churches, community events, and even under the trees, which brings back memories from the 1970s, back when Richard Nixon was president. Wow, going back a bit. Invite the young Gen Z believers who are experiencing the same thing that Jesus Freaks did 50 years ago. Share your stories, post your stories on the website. It's JesusFreaksMovie.com. That's JesusFreaksMovie.com. This is based on a true story from 1972 on a college campus during the Jesus Revolution. A hippie and cheerleader, they fell in love, and they enter a new world of spiritual awareness, supernatural encounters, and theological conflict as they receive the baptism of the Holy Spirit, which is opposed by some establishment churches. So you might want to watch this. It's an interesting one, JesusFreaksMovie.com. I look forward to watching that with friends of mine. And the last scene actually takes place in the near future, puts a face on the persecuted church of now. And I can tell you that, my goodness, going to or being around Auburn University, you see a similar situation, a land-grant-based university right here in Alabama, perhaps the premier. Oh, heck, let's just be honest. It just means more in the SEC. It is the premier campus, and something I'm actually very impressed by, not only the contentment of the students, especially the undergrads, but the mix of the faith and community in this town. It's really remarkable to watch, wherever they may attend church, to see that this revival is happening. And I was just informed by Turning Point leadership here on campus last week. They had over 300 in attendance at their last meeting. They couldn't fit everyone into the room. So we're having a political and spiritual revival in this country, and I'm sure you've seen the sights and sounds across the nation honoring Charlie Kirk's life and his legacy and the ripple effect it has. It's so true that our actions on a daily basis, our influence on micro and macro levels have ripple effects, whether it be for good or for evil, whether it be for grace or for sin. It's so true, and I hope we're all tapping into that with a keen awareness from the Holy Spirit as we keep moving forward in 2025 and beyond. As we wait for President Trump to hold a press conference with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, they are currently visiting together in the Oval Office of the West Wing. We'll bring that to you at 1:15, unless something is early with the press gaggle, or perhaps they take questions before the press conference. Sometimes that does happen. Stay tuned right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as Democrats put veterans and seniors and public safety at risk with a shutdown push. As Democrats bring the nation to the brink of government shutdown, they jeopardize critical funding for veterans, seniors, law enforcement, and many others, as Democrats continue to threaten to disrupt the lives of every American. Millions, in fact, and organizations across the country who are urging them to follow through on their word. Join President Trump and the Republicans and keep government functioning for the people it serves. This is something that the White House is pushing boldly this week. Now, here's what some people are saying. The American Federation of Government Employees. Federal employees are not bargaining chips. They are veterans, they're caregivers, they're law enforcement officers, and they are neighbors who serve the country and fellow Americans every day. They deserve stability and respect, not pink slips and political games. The America First Policy Institute. The only way to keep our country on the path to delivering for the America First agenda and for meaningful change is for Congress to consider and pass a clean CR before the September 30th deadline. Continuing America's comeback success means that funding of our government. Failing to protect our economic and national security interests at home and abroad would simply diminish this momentum. Americans for Prosperity, stating that AFP today has expressed support for the House Republican proposal to avert a government shutdown through a relatively clean continuing resolution, which maintains current funding levels and includes targeted security enhancements for lawmakers, executive, and the judiciary. The measure, which extends funding through November 21st, is an effort to keep our government open and functional. This continuing resolution is a necessary step to avoid harmful and unnecessary government shutdown. The American Legion jumping in to this conversation, urging Congress to pass the Continuing Appropriations and Extensions Act 2026 and the VA Extenders Act of 2025. This legislation ensures continued programming for vital services to veterans and their health care, housing, and benefits by extending authorities for critical initiatives such as the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program, the Range Rural Mental Health Program, as well as the Supportive Services for Veterans Family Program. Congress will protect lifelines that combat veteran suicide and expand access to mental health in rural communities and prevent veteran homelessness, something that you think would be bipartisan. The act also safeguards education benefits and strengthens housing assistance for disabled and homeless veterans and maintains oversight tools like the VA Inspector General's subpoena authority. These extensions are not simply bureaucratic measures, but they are directly affecting the lives of veterans and their families. The American Legion urges swift passage of these bills to keep these essential promises to those who served. Now, also the American Telemedicine Association, we are asking and, in fact, urging Congress to not leave millions of patients in healthcare providing situations dangling on the telehealth cliff while they deliberate over dynamics around a government shutdown. It seems like common sense to me. And the AMAC Action Association, this is the Association of American Mature Citizens, stating that over 2 million members nationwide urging Congress to pass a clean continuing resolution, the CR has spoken about, to prevent a government shutdown and ensure that essential services remain uninterrupted. A government shutdown would jeopardize critical services that seniors rely on, from Social Security offices and Medicare assistance to veterans benefits and health programs. The confusion and the backlogs and the service disruptors that accompany a shutdown create needless anxiety and hardship for older Americans living on fixed incomes. The demands reportedly being made by Democrat leaders to keep the government open, including health care for illegal aliens and funding for public broadcasting stations that constantly peddle harmful falsehoods about conservatives. And they are unpopular and very unreasonable requests at the end of the day. Now, President Trump and Republican leaders have continued their support of America's seniors in rejecting these demands. We urge lawmakers to avoid political brinkmanship and act now and honor their commitment to the American people, especially America's seniors. And they can do so by keeping this government open. Thank you to Monetary Gold for sponsoring us on the right side of history. It's wealth and security. It's preservation. Grab your complimentary presidential gold guide today. Call now, don't delay, and learn how to eliminate your annual IRA fees permanently for life. It's RSBN4thegold.com. Call immediately to discover how you can eliminate those IRA fees. RSBN4thegold.com. We know that Robert Kiyosaki warning of the 2 bank failures this past year. Also the fact that all of your wealth simply in paper money can be taken away very quickly, whether it's the bank failures or the inflation. We have $36 trillion of debt because of our Congress and because of the failed presidencies of President Trump's predecessors. So what are you to do as a middle-class American? Well, gold and silver have stood the test of time. Over 5,000 years of human history prove that. With wealth, security, preservation, it's monetary gold for the win. RSBN4thegold.com. Again, call today. Don't delay. 888-617-7994. for. Kalshi.com/RSBN. Who will win the Nobel Peace Prize? Will President Zelensky meet with President Putin before January? I think President Trump deserves that Oslo, Norway prize, given solving 7 wars in 7 or so months, 250 days in office. We're not even into a calendar year yet under the second term of the Trump presidency. Will he meet in a trilateral way with Zelensky and Putin? Will this happen before January? Answer those questions. Trade on Kalshi.com/RSBN. As we hit the noon o'clock hour, you can catch culture, sports, music, politics, everything on Kalshi.com. Literally trade on anything. As I'm sure you got some fun trades in with the Ryder Cup, college football, the NFL over the weekend. Thank you, Kalshi.com/RSBN. And speaking of the Ryder Cup, congratulations to the European team. Ooh, it bothers me so much that they were able to pull that out. But you know what? We'll have a chance in the centennial competition in County Limerick at Adair Manor in merry old Ireland in 2027. We look forward to September of that year. As we played in the first hour, let's play it again. Cut 1, Mr. Producer. Rory McIlroy had quite the time being heckled by this cherry fizz drink. I'll get more into that in this noon o'clock hour, but the European team having fun with President Trump.
Are you watching? Are you watching? Are you watching? Are you watching Donald Trump? Are you watching Donald Trump?
So this cherry fizz drink had moonshine in it, apparently, and the announcers who were covering the Ryder Cup just yesterday saw as on Saturday, really the U.S. fans heckling Rory McIlroy in the middle of the competition, and Rory really reaching the pinnacle, although he fell short to world number 1 Scotty Scheffler yesterday in singles. Overall, having a great 4-ball and foursome competitions right there at the Ryder Cup. They actually thought the fans brought in rubber duckies to squeak them or, just basically try to throw Rory off of his game. Those rubber duckies were actually provided by the venue at Bethpage Black in the cherry fizz drink. So maybe something for the PGA of America and Royal and Ancient to look at again as the Ryder Cup comes around into Ireland in 2027. With that said, we do know that the Ryder Cup, a fun venue, and the ole, 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 something you hear in soccer matches, the Europeans have seemed to master all of that going into competition of this great team sport, which you rarely find, as golf is an individual sport on many occasions for most of the competitions. But cut 11, Mr. Producer, if we have not seen this, in case you missed it, President Trump, accompanied by his lovely granddaughter, Kai, who's on a golfing scholarship at Miami, joining him for the Ryder Cup and enjoying President Trump's arrival at the venue.
So, as we get set for the afternoon session, there's a new spectator in the house, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and his granddaughter, Kai, also with him, just arriving to the stands here, with the United States trailing Europe 3-1. So we'll see if the president can pull off some sort of comeback here with the United States trailing 3-1 after just about everything went the European way in the morning alternate shot session. Dan Hicks along with Brad Faxon, Paul McGinley, and the rest of our crew getting set here as we anticipate what should be a very spirited second session. The European team swept the Americans 2 years ago and almost pulled it off again here before it was Cantley and Schauffele securing the lone point.
For this next part, I want all of you
and this crowd even more revved up with Trump shaking hands there with another former U.S. captain, Corey Pavin.
And with all of those USA chants and the ole, ole, ole response from the European fans, well, there was another chant, cut 12, Mr. Producer, of Trump, 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 as that sold-out crowd really soaked it all in with their cherry fizz drinks and greeting the President of the United States. And the president having a great time with his granddaughter on Friday, in case you missed it. And a final Ryder Cup video, the flyover of those gentlemen, the National Guard. You saw them salute President Trump as he entered the venue with golf shoes intact. In case they had to put him in as an alternate, we know that he is, perhaps other than President Dwight D. Eisenhower, the late great general, was quite a scratch golfer. One of his retirement homes on the 18th hole of Pebble Beach in California. Well, President Trump has Mar-a-Lago, quite a nice venue as well, not too far from the Trump International Palm Beach, but we got the pleasure of seeing a Ryder Cup flyover video before President Trump touched down at Bethpage Black. The hot topic of today remains President Trump holding a press conference in roughly 1 hour or so from now with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of the great state of Israel. So let's wait for that as President Trump, cut 20, reporting he's pleased that we are very inspired and productive with the ongoing negotiations in Gaza. The Middle Eastern community truly coming together over these concerns with intense negotiations that have been going on for 4 days. We will continue for as long as necessary in order to get a successfully completed agreement. Now, all of the countries within the region are involved. Hamas is very much aware of these discussions, and Israel has been informed at all levels, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's at the White House today. There is more goodwill and enthusiasm for getting a deal done after so many decades than I have ever seen before. So everyone is excited to put this period of death and darkness behind them. It's an honor to be part of the negotiation. We must get the hostages back and get a permanent and long-lasting peace. And with that stated, roughly 48 outlying hostages still in Hamas hands. And these conditions have been unbearable. Terrible for these family members to endure for such a long period of time, but also the fact that they're in periods of darkness. They are in cold conditions, hot conditions, literally being tortured in many cases, and in some cases rape and pillaging. It's just disgusting what Hamas has done to the Jewish people, and it should not stand. And in turn, President Trump made it clear stateside with the violence that we were seeing on college campuses and the anti-Semitic behavior that funding would be pulled. We saw with Harvard, we saw with Columbia, and different institutions that were once the beacons of American thought promotions and discussion that would take place at these college campuses. Hopefully that is happening once again, or that funding can be pulled. So President Trump holding a press conference with the Prime Minister in the next hour. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we do cover all of the day's news and analysis regarding the exciting nature of the weekend, but also the sadness taking place with the shooting at the church in Michigan. And we had an expert on last hour to really dive into, can we have an armed guard? A guard like the Marine being at the White House, for example, but an off-duty or on-duty or perhaps retired police officer who can make sure these churches and these schools are safe, because history does have a way of rhyming, and we see that there is evil in this world. We've been sadly reminded of that over the course of the last few months here. As President Trump thanks FBI Director Kash Patel with cut number 21 via Truth Social, I'd like to thank Kash Patel and the Federal Bureau of Investigations for their brilliant work on the recent indictment of the worst FBI director in the history of the country, James Dirty Cop Comey. The level of enthusiasm by the FBI was incredible, but only caused by the fact that they knew Comey for what he is and was, a total slimeball. And again, thank you to the FBI, and especially, specifically those that worked on this case with the United States Attorney Lindsay Halligan and the Department of Justice. Thank you for the attention to this matter. Make America great again, President DJT. And when he signs either his full name or President DJT, you know that's him actually making the truth. So we do know our friend Dan Scavino does help and assist with all of that as well. President Trump truly working around the clock. As Vice President J.D. Vance doing a whirlwind of media over the course of the end of the week into the weekend, stating that he'll get calls from the president at midnight to 2:30, also in the middle of the night. And he said, when does this guy sleep? As you just witnessed there, the changing of the guard, ceremonial effect that takes place at the White House every day when the president is in the office, and a level of hospitality you really cannot receive anywhere else by the finest military force in all of the world. I think it's worth replaying, Mr. Producer, the Marines rehearsing all of this precision on the South Lawn just last week before going to the Oval Office to meet with President Trump. Thank you to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for your sponsorship on the right side of history. It's flu season, folks. You have COVID, you have the common cold, and there are actually life-saving medications where you can avoid other things in order to treat yourself the right way. It's Tamiflu, antibiotics, antivirals. You have hydrochloroquine, ivermectin, NAD+, methylene blue. In fact, over 200 essential medications ready for you and your family when the sniffles happen, a cough or a fever, and especially those with the little ones. I know what it's like. My friends having lots of little kids, and my goodness, they are so much fun to have around, but they could be vessels for disease this time of year, especially as they are underway with their school. They just put their hands in their faces, on their eyes, in their mouth. You know the whole thing. So to have your medicine cabinet not stocked is simply irresponsible during flu season. Prepare that medicine cabinet and for your fall trips with allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. It's code RSBN10, RSBN10. Scan that QR code there now. It's 10% off of these life-saving medications and emergency medical kits, also antibiotics as well. So lots of good options for you. If you order today at 12:13 on the East Coast, you'll have it within 48 hours or so. This is a great company. I hope you caught our special just last week with Michael Kunzler and David McCary, the chief pharmacist, also the co-owner of this fine company. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, your go-to for health and safety during flu season. Forget the PBMs and the pharmacy that won't prescribe you something. Go with these guys. They know what they're doing. And while you're at it, too, you might get the dry hands over this time of year. I know I do as we get into the winter months. Enjoy this fall, though, as you get the nice, light, crisp air, perfect conditions for golf and some college football. But don't forget your Miracle Cream, vitamin B infused, non-GMO, no chemicals. Also, the orange option. It's vitamin C infused, non-GMO, no chemicals. Experience the miracle today. Angelpaste.com. Truly your go-to. Hey, guys, there's a facial spray as well. And the girls, you could use it, too, to go paint the town red, whether it's your first date or that 50th anniversary celebration. Angelpaste.com. They're Christian-owned. They hire veterans, and they're based out of Spring, Texas, right in the Lone Star State. One of my favorites. Angelpaste.com. Thanks for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we are 1 hour away from President Trump to hold a press conference with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at 1:15 Eastern. If there's any breaking news, we'll go right to it. They might have questions of their meeting, perhaps the press gaggle coming from the Oval Office. If we get any of that information, we'll bring you right to it. Let's replay, Mr. Producer, that video from 1987, Late Night with David Letterman. He had a special guest on that evening, none other than business mogul Donald Trump, who was taking New York City by storm. And before there was Eric Adams, who dropped out of the New York City mayoral race, there was, sadly, Ed Koch, who was really a failed mayor before the Giuliani years. And President Trump just spoke truth to power way back then. He talked about Japan and Saudi Arabia, now friends of ours. And heck, they were friends back then, but they were taking advantage of us with our currency and on the global trading scale. And David Letterman jumping in and asking, man, it seems like you're going to run for something here. Is it mayor of New York? Is it president of the United States? What's in store for Donald Trump? And this populist candidate who changed the face of politics forever. He defeated the Bush dynasty, the Clinton dynasty, and my goodness, he's made other dynasties look rather rubbish compared to what he's been able to accomplish on the world stage. A young Donald Trump back in 1987 with David Letterman.
How come this seat is at such a low level? You know, I'm looking at him. He's got this stage rigged, folks.
No. But
that seat is a good six inches higher than my seat.
And so am I.
Huh? I see.
What were you like as a kid? What kind of childhood did you have?
Well, I had a good childhood, wonderful parents, really good parents, and it was a good, solid childhood, I'd say. Very normal in a lot of respects, but a very, very solid childhood.
Yeah.
From the standpoint of family, you know.
Are you a driven person? Did you jump out of bed in the morning and just...
I don't think of myself as driven. I'm fortunate. I don't need lots of sleep like some people, and some people don't. I don't need that. I would say that I'm somebody that enjoys what I do, and I enjoy it so much that perhaps I do it well. But I really enjoy what I do. I don't like to think of myself as driven. I don't like to think of myself really as ambitious. I just enjoy what I do.
What would it take, what kind of a hit would it take to get your attention where you would maybe need a drink? Where somebody came in and said, Don, we got some bad news. Woo! That's 7-Eleven in Akron. Well, what?
Hopefully, David, I wouldn't be in a position where I'd have to take that kind of...
I know that. I know. We're just pretending.
I just want to tell you that.
You act like you're running for something.
No.
What's the deal with you and Ed Koch? Is this an old irritation between the two of you, or is this something new?
No, it's really not. Ed Koch is a man who I've liked at some points in terms of... I have no objection to Ed except for one thing. He's not a very capable or competent mayor. He's done...
Whoa!
He's done a bad, as most of you New Yorkers would probably know, he's done a pretty bad job running New York, and that hurts me and it hurts everybody. And when I see somebody that's not competent and he's running something, and something that I have really a big stake in, it bothers me, and I do something about it.
Are you speaking from a position of somebody who has a lot of really, really special interest in the city?
No, it's not I do have a special interest. I have a special interest in New York. New York City is a hot city. It's a great city. It's the greatest city in the world, according to many, and according you're here, and we're also here.
Right.
And I hate to see some of the things happening with New York that have happened under the Koch administration. So I hit him pretty hard in the book, but I hit him fairly in the book. I hit him very fairly.
Yeah.
Probably very hard in the book, but very fairly.
Is it kind of a pointless defense to say that this city is so big that it is actually unmanageable to a certain extent, and he's doing the best he can, sort of just tending it day to day?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I hope that's never a defense of anybody. I did the Woolman skating rink in 4 months for $2 million or $2.5 million. They started 7 years before that and were unable to build it. I think they spent something like $15 million.
This is a huge ice skating facility in Central Park, which the city was...
7 years. 7 years.
7 years, they could not get it open.
They could not build it,
Yeah.
and we did it in 4 months. So, you know, you say, hey, it's big and everything else, and give them a little bit more time, but the fact is, that's a disgrace. The zoos are a disgrace. The subways, the schools.
But
It's really, David, it's really management. It's management, it's competence, it's capability, it's just basic ability, and Ed Koch doesn't have it.
Yeah, but you're speaking again from the over the fence in private enterprise. He's trying to run a municipal administration.
It can be done.
You think it could be done?
Absolutely. By the right person, it could be done.
Yeah. Any thoughts? I mean, would you want to be mayor of this
No,
city?
I wouldn't want to be mayor. It'd run very well if I was mayor, but I would not want to be the mayor of New York.
And what about the, are people trying to draft you to run for president up in New Hampshire?
Well, I guess a lot of people want to see this country, it's a shame what's happening. Japan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, everybody's taking advantage of the United States. People know that if certain people are running a country, that it won't happen. I mean, when you look at Japan, not paying for the defense, we're defending Japan. We're losing billions and billions of dollars. We're fighting for AIDS help and for farmers and for this and that. And it's a shame, and the Japanese folks, who I respect greatly, but they're not treating us fairly. They're really not treating us fairly. Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, they're not paying us anything for the services we're rendering, and I think it's a disgrace. And I think people look at certain people, and maybe me, if I were in a position, this country, believe me, would not be ripped off like it is, and it is just being ripped off so badly by our so-called allies.
Yeah. So that's a pretty strong statement. So now, are you saying
I don't think it's
that...
strong. I think it's fair. And by the way, I have tremendous respect for the Japanese. I do a lot of business with the Japanese, and they smile about it too. They know it. The country is losing billions and billions of dollars to Japan, and we can't afford to lose, and it's a shame.
But so now, are you saying this by way of indicating that you could do it better, and you do intend to run for president at some point?
No, I'm not going to run for president, but I think somebody...
Now, in 8 years, if you came back, would you have a different answer? In 4 years,
I tend to doubt it. I really tend to doubt it. But I just think that there are so many ways that this country can straighten itself out, and we're not going about those ways. Cutting farm aid is not the appropriate thing. Cutting help for the homeless and help for the poor and welfare... Certain things can be done that really will mean big dollars to this country, and those things are not being done right now.
Let me ask you one other question, because I know you have other appointments and stuff to get to. If you go to dinner and the bill is like, say, $25, how much of a tip would you throw down?
Well, you know, the way I feel about tips, if somebody does a super job, I give more than anyone. And if somebody does a lousy job, I probably give less than anybody. And that's the way I feel about life. Life should be, you should be rewarded for competence and capability and doing a job and having a smile on your face, maybe, if that's the case. And I'm a pretty good tipper when somebody's good, and I'm a pretty lousy tipper if somebody's not good. So that's the way it is.
But, you know, sitting here listening to this stuff, it seems to me you are dying to get to some public platform to superimpose those feelings upon the American awareness.
Well, maybe so, but I'm not. I would like to have the feelings known and let somebody else do it, and it can be done. If the ball's carried correctly, it can be done.
Yeah, but if you want something done right,
do it yourself.
Nice to see consistency in someone who is focused on making America great again. It's President Trump from the Letterman show way back in 1987. I think some of the late night hosts of today can learn from a great comedian like David Letterman. Now, Concerned Veterans for America, talking about this looming shutdown from Congress potentially because of the Democrats. We have a situation here. The government shutdown could be catastrophic for veteran communities, especially the most vulnerable among us, including vets who are service-connected, elderly, and homeless. The VA exists to keep the government's promise to provide care for our nation's heroes. If these extensions are not passed, it will halt the VA's ability to deliver these vital services and protections for their families as well, potentially preventing thousands of veterans from life-saving care. Passing the continuing resolution and ending shutdown threats through the permanent solutions like Preventing Government Shutdowns Act, allows Congress to focus on tackling the real priorities of cutting waste, practicing fiscal responsibility, advancing policies that expand opportunity and prosperity for all Americans, including veterans and military families who continue to safeguard America's interests. The CVA urges principled lawmakers to take down shutdowns off of the table. We know they don't solve problems, they make them worse. We're calling on all lawmakers to do what's best for America. The Independent Women's Voice speaking out about this as well. This clean continuing resolution is necessary and a step to keep the government running, even as Congress does the good work to pass responsible appropriations bills through regular order. Americans did not vote for dysfunctional government. They want a right-sized government, and so far, the Congress has taken that mandate seriously. Furthermore, in light of the horrendous slaying of Charlie Kirk, the CR provides members of Congress with additional protections so that they can serve their constituents. We urge all members to pass this clean CR to prevent disruptions to national security, public safety, veterans care, and Social Security net programs while bringing back fiscal responsibility. Thank you to covepure.com/RSBN. $200 off now. Their Clearwater technology. In the video, you can see how easily this sits on your kitchen counter. Fluoride, agricultural runoff, hormone disruptors like birth control can all come through the tap water. And this Clearwater technology removes 99.9% of impurities out of the water. And you should drink pure and live pure in America, as you see the model there, making hot water to warm water to cold water, whatever you'd like to get your day started. It's as large as your coffee maker, I'm sure that you have at home as well. JAMA Pediatrics finding that children that drink out of the tap on a regular basis, yes, they will lose 2 or more points in their IQ as a result. There's also Utah and Florida passing legislation to remove fluoride and pesticides from water sources. This hopefully has continued momentum as Secretary Kennedy has devoted his career in public service and private liabilities to take on these entities, whether it be big corporate manufacturers to those in government that hid this crisis with dirty air and dirty water. You don't want that for your family. So get this amazing reverse osmosis system that is truly the best in the business. covepure.com/RSBN. Get $200 off right now. Scan that QR code there. You see how easy it is to use and how you can put it really in any room in the house, especially the kitchen, so you can get your day started with delicious pure H2O. Thank you to mypillow.com/RSBN. The 6-piece towel set back in stock. It goes for $70, now only $39.98. A very limited quantity. You know this will move fast. mypillow.com/RSBN, 800-836-7566. Call today. Do not delay. Support Mike Lindell and Right Side Broadcasting Network by shopping now at mypillow.com/RSBN. We know Mike Lindell, he fights for freedom of speech. He goes after election integrity. He is a man on a mission, a man of the people, and he might just run for governor of Minnesota. And heck, maybe we'll get the announcement right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, as he reported to our very own Matthew Alvarez just 2 weeks ago. He's thinking about it, so good to see amazing people like Mike Lindell, genuine, good human beings wanting to serve the public good. And I think we're all asking, how can we do better in public and private life to serve the greater good in light of the tragedy of losing Charlie Kirk and the inspiration he gave all of us? Well, we know he was close with Mike Lindell, and Mike Lindell, a man of the people, bringing you these high-quality products, over 2,000, in fact, at mypillow.com/RSBN. Call today. Don't delay. 800-836-7566. Once more, mypillow.com/RSBN. As we await President Trump to have a press conference in roughly 45 or so minutes from now with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at 1:15 Eastern. We'll take a quick commercial break. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're breaking down the news of the day on your go-to live desk. We'll see you just after 12:30.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door. Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your go-to live desk for everything within your federal city of Washington, D.C. and outside of the Beltway. We are awaiting a press conference, a joint press conference between President Trump of the United States and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel to happen roughly 45 minutes from now. Stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we are going through the news of the day and breaking down President Trump's tweets, and number 14 and then into 19, Mr. Producer, Christopher Wray's FBI. President Trump commenting two legacy items that it's likely there's an investigation underway, but that's separate in the Department of Justice. But why is that? It was just revealed that FBI had secretly placed, against all rules, regulations, protocols, and standards, 274 FBI agents into the crowd just prior to and during the January 6, 2021 hoax. This is different from what Director Christopher Wray stated over and over again. That's right. As it now turns out, FBI agents were at the January 6th protests, probably acting as agitators and insurrectionists, but certainly not as law enforcement officials. I want to know who each and every one of the so-called agents are and what they were up to that now historic day. Many great American patriots were made to pay a very big price only for the love of their country. I owe this investigation of dirty cops and crooked politicians to them. Christopher Wray, the then director of the FBI, has some major explaining to do, and that's two in a row, Comey and Wray, who got caught lying. And with our great country at stake, we are never going to let that happen in America again. A big moment, as we know that only one person died that day, the career veteran of the Air Force, 4 tours of duty overseas in Operation Enduring Freedom, Ashley Babbitt. May God rest her soul and be with her family. As the president also shared that at the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I am directing the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. I'm also authorizing full force if necessary. Thank you to your attention to this matter. As we witnessed in Bridgeview, Illinois, on the south side, some of these people, illegals running outside of the migrant facilities, and then local media and also these Antifa individuals trying to get in the way of these ICE officers. And we saw in the Chicago River that boats are patrolling everything. So the governors of Illinois and Oregon should be really ashamed of themselves for trying to... They are breaking federal law by harboring illegal aliens. On top of that, they are throwing the shade, as the Gen Zers would call it, towards the direction of law enforcement and calling them Nazis and fascists and allowing this behavior to take place, spitting on federal agents. Nothing should happen and the like. And they will learn the hard way that if you slash tires, as we saw in Sacramento, California a few weeks ago, you will be arrested. And I remember that woman running out and saying, "You're arresting my husband. He's a legal citizen." And they said, "Too bad. He slashed the tires." It's a criminal offense against federal law enforcement. So get out of the way. Let them do their job. And again, it's, as I mentioned on the Voice of Reason weeks ago, if you feel you're in a situation, whether it's federal, state, or local law enforcement, I am telling you 90% of the time or more, it will work out if you listen to a lawful command. Settle it in a court of law. Settle it with immigration authorities. Get legal representation. And I'd like to apologize on behalf of both Republican and Democrat politicians who have kicked this can down the road for way too long now, especially on the far left, to perpetuate this idea that people are being stolen and ripped out of their homes, when in most cases you find that these people have a rap sheet with some of the most egregious crimes known to man, including rape and murder and child extortion. It's disgusting to see what these people are accused of. Of course, they're innocent before being proven guilty, but the fact that we have armed officers willing to put their lives on the line, and you have a problem, they want to protect their identity and their family members by wearing a mask, while at the same time, these far-left lunatics were telling you to mask up to go to the grocery store or to church or to avoid the gym because of the so-called pandemic that happened. I mean, it's an amazing double standard. As Cut 22, Mr. Producer, we have video of Democrat Rep. Chuy Garcia of Illinois, city of Chicago, saying that that ICE is kidnapping and terrorizing the people of Chicago. It's unbelievable to see the lies coming out of certain politicians as a result of Operation Midway Blitz. This according to Rapid Response. We'll play that video for you now.
We see time and time again that the people that you are apprehending and kidnapping and interrogating and terrorizing are hardworking people that make Chicago and Illinois a better place for everyone.
More than 500 criminal aliens have been removed from the city of Chicago during Operation Midway Blitz. They're removing kidnappers and terrorists from Chicago every single day. Drug traffickers, human traffickers, pedophiles, and those who seek to do harm to the citizens, whether Latino, Black, Hispanic, Caucasian, whatever background you are in Chicago, 50 neighborhoods that are extraordinarily diverse. Protecting American citizens against these illegal criminals. Chuy Garcia is a communist. The organization he was speaking right there ahead of, the Coalition of Immigrant Rights, a communist organization. They shield it all with feel-good slogans, and they want to make you think that they're doing good for the world when they're trying to protect the criminal. It's amazing that we're even having this discussion. Again, it's one of those 80-20 issues that's more like 93-7. Because if you ask the average person, should the boy go into the girls' locker room or vice versa? Normal people would answer no. But it's amazing that we're even having this dialogue in America being perpetuated by the far left, who more often than not are either mentally ill, incompetent, or they truly do wish harm on the American people. Because why, like Chuy Garcia, would you come to a conclusion when so much good is happening, when our ICE agents are willing to put their lives on the line, their families on the line to protect America, would you be against it? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But it's their same approach to shutting down the government. They don't care about the working men and women of this country. The National Association of Home Builders stating, in fact, that on behalf of more than 140,000 members of NAHB, that's the National Association of Home Builders, we are writing to support H.R. 5371, the Continuing Resolution and Appropriations Extensions Act 2026, that would come to fund operations to fund the federal government, including the extension of the National Flood Insurance Program until November 21st. Without this bill, the NFIB program is set to expire on September 30th. That's tomorrow. And this year is just flying by fast right before our eyes. Past disruptions of these continuing resolutions have caused immediate and widespread negative effects on property sales, home values, and consumer confidence. Home sales would cease in areas where flood insurance is mandatory in order to obtain a mortgage. Homeowners who have current NFIB policies would also be unable to renew them during a lapse. So NAHB believes that it is critically important for the economy and for the housing industry specifically that Congress extend this vital program to provide the certainty, predictability, and peace of mind to policyholders and rely on the NFIB for the flood protection and mitigation strategies for which it was designed. What the housing market needs now is stability and certainty. So NAHB calls upon the House to act quickly to continue the fund of these operations of the federal government, including the extension of NFIB. The National Association of Police Organizations, NAPO, coming out saying that they represent some 250,000 sworn state and local law enforcement officers across the whole of the United States, calling on Congress to come together and pass a continuing resolution to extend funding the federal government before the end of the fiscal year on September 30th. If lawmakers neglect their constitutional duties to allow funding to run out and shut down the government, federal law enforcement officers who are working to protect our cities and communities from violent crime and drugs and guns will be putting their lives on the line without even getting paid. Federal funding for task forces will stop flowing. Federal grants, resources, support for state and local officers, leaving vital public safety initiatives out to lunch when it's so crucial right now, as we're seeing in cities like Chicago and Memphis, New Orleans. We saw President Trump making Washington, D.C. safe again. I think they had one homicide in the last month because of the moves they did to federalize the city, something they can do constitutionally within the District of Columbia. As the deadly shooting at the Dallas Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE facility just last week illustrates, American law enforcement officers are working in increasingly dangerous and charged environments. To have them risk their lives without pay undermines the very core support for the work they are doing, increases stress, and strains the job, putting them and their families at risk. We are calling on lawmakers to do the right thing and enact continuing resolutions, the CRs, to fund the government before time runs out. The National Fraternal Order of Police also echoing that. The National Grocers Associations, Parents Defending Education, and including the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Council, Vietnam Veterans of Americans, also the National Chicken Council, stating that following House passage of the NCC last week, they are urging the Senate to follow suit and pass a continuing resolution that would prevent the government from shutting down. Business needs to certainty, and the president is on the side of those business producers. So many voices throughout our society coming together on this, not necessarily Republican or Democrat, but those in public and private life, to keep the government open. This is something that these same Democrats, they wanted all the way back in 2013 when Barack Hussein Obama was president of the United States. But I guess when your comrade's out of office, they want to shut down the whole thing. I'm looking at you, Palestinian senator from New York City, Chuck Schumer, and Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren. Shame on you. Keep the government open. Let's start working for the American people. As we'd like to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for flu season prep. It's Tamiflu, antibiotics, antivirals, also ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, immune support, RSBN 10. That's RSBN 10. Scan the QR code there now. Prepare your medicine cabinet before flu season. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. We're talking 200 essential medications, emergency medical kits, antibiotics, and everything you need to keep yourself healthy, especially that Tamiflu during this time of year. And if you order now, roughly 12:45 on the East Coast, 9:45 in the morning on that golden west coast of California, you will get your life-saving medications in at least 48 hours, maybe sooner, but roughly a spread of 2, 3, 4, 5 days quicker than you can get it from any other online pharmacy that's out there. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, your true go-to, because your pharmacy down the street might not allow you to even get these life-saving medications. The doctor you have might say, oh, no, don't do this, do something else. Well, All Family Pharmacy is about affordable medication that's life-saving, so you can prep your medicine cabinet now before the flu season fully hits. So scan that QR code there, 10% off. It's savings right now, code RSBN10. It's your go-to as we are 30 minutes away from President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu giving a joint press conference from the White House today. If you'd like to donate to your go-to live desk, we have been at it since January, and what a year it has been. I thought nothing could have gone quicker than 2024 on the campaign trail, those familiar sights and sounds from last year with your 45th and 47th President of the United States, the 50th Vice President of the United States, the 119th Congress. Support us right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, rsbnetwork.com/donate, or by texting RSBN to 801-801. There's also a cold, hard, concrete address that really is quite warm. So it's not that cold. It's a good place to send your check or money order. 1550-1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6. That's Box 34 in Auburn, Alabama, 36830. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344 in the loveliest village on the plains. That's Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Support us right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, you can text RSBN to 801-801. And man, so many great memories from the campaign trail just last year. One that comes to mind, watching Air Force Two with then Vice President Kamala Harris take off from Detroit, Michigan, and right behind her, Trump Force One. It was a sight to see as I was getting my Dunkin' Donuts coffee that morning on the next stop on the campaign trail. What an honor it is to provide this daily coverage for you, the American people, as the American and Israeli flags get set up for the East Room. President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in a series of discussions, we have seen some national security breaking news that he wants a ceasefire. President Trump in Gaza. We'll see what comes as a result of this meeting today. I believe it's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's at least his fourth visit to the White House, someone who's nominated President Trump in this second term for that Nobel Peace Prize. Also breaking across the channels, Xi Jinping, the premier of China, is seeking to convince President Trump to revoke American foreign policy and go against Taiwanese independence, something that I do not expect to happen in the short term, as President Trump is very committed to wanting peace worldwide, especially independence for nations like the great Taiwanese people who simply are seeking peace in all of this negotiation and the intimidation from the Chinese mainland. But today, a focus on the Middle East, a focus on America and Israel. In what we have seen, anti-Semitism spread throughout the globe and on America's campuses. From what I'm hearing in the fall semester, it's gotten much better. This administration, when you stick to law enforcement, when you stick to protecting the Jewish people, it's amazing with federal funding how places like Columbia and Harvard start to play ball. And they should with public funds, because everyone on a college campus should be protected and not discriminated against based on their ideology, their skin color, or simply because their nation of origin or their background. I think we can all agree with that in America, but the far left is radically out of control. There are people who do not believe in due process, and that's why we've seen people like James Comey indicted for lying to Congress. That's why we see Christopher Wray under investigation by the Department of Justice for not providing Sixth Amendment rights to those who were in prison as a result of January 6th, whether or not you agreed with them for the reason they were there in the first place. We saw a government that was weaponized against we the people under the Autopen administration, and the ripple effects of the evil that administration perpetuated against the world and the United States. But President Trump cleaning that up on a daily basis with his team at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So we look forward to that press conference to be held with the Prime Minister of Israel at 1:15. Stick with us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll go to a quick commercial break for sponsors, and don't change that dial. It's Monday afternoon in the West Wing. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
President Trump also remembering the life and legacy of Russell M. Smith, the president of the Latter-day Saints, the Mormon Church, with a Truth Social post, number 5, cut 5, Mr. Producer. Russell M. Nelson, the president and prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, passed away last night at the age of 101, a life well lived. He just had his birthday earlier this week, and Russell was sharp and engaged in service up until the end. Our hearts and prayers are with his incredible wife, Wendy, his 10 children, 57 grandchildren, and more than 167 great-grandchildren. What a legacy, as well as members of the church all over our country. Russell had a remarkable life, pioneering life-saving heart surgery techniques, and, of course, his ministry of many decades. He was a physician, literally and spiritually, and will be greatly missed. And for my friends in the Mormon Church, our deepest condolences and sympathies from the family here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, as wonderful people who deeply contribute to this great nation of ours, especially out west and in their home of Salt Lake City, Utah. And their Mormons are home to everywhere here in the United States, once a very persecuted religion in the 19th century that did spread out west all the way from Nauvoo, Illinois. And they are just phenomenal people. I've had the pleasure and privilege of having them as personal friends and working with many of them professionally over the course of my years in not only broadcasting, but also with Turning Point USA and nonprofits and in politics. So our thoughts and prayers with the Church of Latter-day Saints as President Trump to hold a press conference with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at 1:15 Eastern. We have the color bars there from the pool, and that means it's all set and dandy, ready to go roughly a few minutes from now. So stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And Mr. Producer, that again one more time. We are excited to bring you this unbridled coverage. I mean, who else gives you this all access to President Trump's press conferences? And you know that once he's out there, we're not going to take it right back to me because I talk enough as it is already. So it's fun to bring you this access to the government you put into place back on November 5th. And what a journey it has been since 2024 to be on the campaign trail in the hot and the cold. And, last year was really more of warm weather, which is nice as you get into these months. And I was just praying, please, please, please stay warm as we get through the final weeks of the campaign. And it's great to go back into the calendar and look on the countless miles, the hundreds of thousands we trekked across the country, especially in the swing states. And for me, it was mostly Georgia to North Carolina, Michigan to Wisconsin, all the way out west to California, Arizona, and a few other spots in between, all the way up to Madison Square Garden. Can you remember that one? What a sight that was in the stadium that Billy Joel built with, I think, the most performances there outside of the New York Knicks and their illustrious basketball team. But that was a sight to see for the hometown boy from Queens who grew up simply loving his country, someone who has always spoke truth to power on a daily basis, whether it be on comedy shows, as we saw that video in the last hour with David Letterman, to calling into news stations. And remember Meet the Press with Tim Russert back in the day when it was actually the real press, the real legacy media who was just trying to get the truth out there to you, talking on countless topics from social issues to financial troubles of the day to Oprah Winfrey asking, this sounds like presidential talk. Is this something you want to do? He said, I don't think so, Oprah. Politics is very mean, but someone's got to do it right. And ultimately in 2016, coming down that golden escalator to take on the dynasties of the Bushes and the Clintons, to truly do it in, they call it the third way political movement of the 1990s, not Republican nor Democrat, really down the center. President Trump truly is that third way politician, that populist who is focused on an agenda that is anti-communist, that is anti-Islamist, anti-secular humanist, or simply globalist. We saw it last week at the United Nations, which is currently an investigation going on as we speak. Why did the escalator stop suddenly? That could have been a dangerous moment where Secret Service, as much as we appreciate them, should have been on top of that. It could have toppled the president or the first lady. And as he said, thank God we are in good health and in good shape. That did not happen. It led to a chance meeting with President Lula of Brazil, the two leaders exchanging words because they are on opposite sides of history. We know that the former president, Bolsonaro, being sentenced to 27 years in prison, that being appealed by, you have these rogue judicial systems in Brazil, much like what we saw with the lawfare perpetuated against President Trump leading up to the 2024 election. In fact, former President Bolsonaro, his son, being indicted on coercion as well. They're going after this family. And if you don't get it, you should. Eric Trump putting out a new book on just that. The banks that would go against the Trumps, the institutions that turn their backs on them simply for getting involved in this new movement. And mind you, the Trumps were once Democrats. They were registered Democrats in New York City, but they decided to take on the Republican and Democrat, neoliberal and neocon chaotic stupidity of the last 25 years, and not the people who voted for them, but the people in power in Washington, D.C. and in our major cities who simply wanted to bankrupt Detroit while bankrolling Beijing. We remember the auto pen. He'd love to have cheers with then President Bill Clinton and Vice Premier Xi Jinping of China at the White House in 1999 saying, oh, this will be good for America to have a free and open China. Well, that really backfired. All those toxins that came into the United States of America by way of fentanyl and an open border that killed in the second year of the Biden administration, think about this, 120,000 Americans, mostly young people. And we know that Dr. Gorka, at a recent event with the Heritage Foundation, Heritage Action, stating just that. 103 uniformed personnel, whether drafted or volunteer, from Korea, that conflict, on through the most recent American engagements. That's how many people we lost. And we think about their families often, the Gold Star families. But now the Gold Star families being expanded to those who were murdered by fentanyl poisoning. These aren't drug addicts. In many cases, these are kids looking for, I'd like to take some Ritalin or whatever it might have been from a friend, thinking that they'll be focused and studied, ready for their tests. They're not regular drug users, and then poisoned by counterfeit pills. That's why it's so important to talk to your kids about this. Something I've become passionate about, and something where the AutoPen administration really dropped the ball. 120,000 American lives lost in 1 year because of China, because of an open border. May it never happen again. This administration working diligently to make sure that does not occur ever again in this country. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You have Monetary Gold. Preserve your wealth, your security, your retirement, your pension. And grab that complimentary presidential gold guide now with number 45 and 47 himself, the Ryder Cup fan that he is, right on the front of that distinguished magazine that will give you great options so you can prepare and talk to the Patriot experts at Monetary Gold. Call today. Don't delay. Find how you can eliminate your annual IRA fees for life. It's RSBN4thegold.com, 888-617-7994, 888-617-7994, RSBN4thegold.com. You can also take all of that amazing wealth that you've saved up and put it into Kalshi.com/RSBN. We know that 5,000 years of human history, gold and silver, why not trade now and have some fun with that? Who will win the Nobel Peace Prize? I think Donald Trump will, given Oslo, Norway. There have been so many petitions, whether it's Prime Minister Netanyahu to Congresswoman Tenney out of New York, Congressman Carter in Georgia, to the government of Pakistan, among countless others calling for President Trump to have the Nobel Peace Prize. Will Zelensky meet with Putin before January? Let's see what will happen here. Who will win the World Series? Do you agree, too, that the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, the veterans on the staff, getting a 400% increase in their salary? It's yes and no questions. It's sports, it's culture, it's music. Hey, will Carrie Underwood go on a world tour? It's things like that. Kalshi.com/RSBN. Answer now. Trade on anything, and I mean literally anything, right there at Kalshi.com, a great site /RSBN. Thanks for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And we've played it a couple of times over the course of roughly 2 hours or so of coverage for you on this fine morning going into an early afternoon here at the West Wing at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But I think it's worth noting once again, President Trump has not changed since 1987, since appearing with David Letterman on Late Night. And if you did not catch it earlier, getting ready for this press conference, I think it's worth to go over the notes of President Trump really being the same, cut number 12, Mr. Producer, since the 1980s.
How come this seat is at such a low level? You know, I'm looking at him. He's got this stage rigged, folks.
No. But
that seat is a good half, six inches higher than my seat.
And so am I.
Huh? I see.
What were you like as a kid? What kind of childhood did you have?
Well, I had a good childhood, wonderful parents, really good parents, and it was a good, solid childhood, I'd say. Very normal in a lot of respects, but a very, very solid childhood.
Yeah.
From the standpoint of family, you know.
Are you a driven person? Did you jump out of bed in the morning and just...
I don't think of myself as driven. I'm fortunate. I don't need lots of sleep like some people, and some people don't. I don't need that. I would say that I'm somebody that enjoys what I do, and I enjoy it so much that perhaps I do it well. But I really enjoy what I do. I don't like to think of myself as driven. I don't like to think of myself really as ambitious. I just enjoy what I do.
What would it take? What kind of a hit would it take to get your attention where you would maybe need a drink? where somebody came in and said, Don, we got some bad news. Woo! That's 7-Eleven in Akron. Well, what?
Hopefully, David, I wouldn't be in a position where I'd have to take that kind of...
I know that. I know. We're just pretending.
I just want to tell you that.
You act like you're running for something.
No.
What's the deal with you and Ed Koch? Is this an old irritation between the two of you, or is this something new?
No, it's really not. Ed Koch is a man who I've liked at some points in terms of... I have no objection to Ed except for one thing. He's not a very capable or competent mayor. He's done...
Whoa!
He's done a bad, as most of you New Yorkers would probably know, he's done a pretty bad job running New York, and that hurts me and it hurts everybody. And when I see somebody that's not competent and he's running something, and something that I have really a big stake in, it bothers me, and I do something about it.
Are you speaking from a position of somebody who has a lot of really, really special interest in the city?
No, it's not I do have a special interest. I have a special interest in New York. New York City is a hot city. It's a great city. It's the greatest city in the world, according to many, and according you're here, and we're also here.
Right.
And I hate to see some of the things happening with New York that have happened under the Koch administration. So I hit him pretty hard in the book, but I hit him fairly in the book. I hit him very fairly.
Yeah.
Probably very hard in the book, but very fairly.
Is it kind of a pointless defense to say that this city is so big that it is actually unmanageable to a certain extent, and he's doing the best he can, sort of just tending it day to day?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I hope that's never a defense of anybody. I did the Woolman skating rink in 4 months for $2 million or $2.5 million. They started 7 years before that and were unable to build it. I think they spent something like $15 million.
This is a huge ice skating facility in Central Park, which the city was...
7 years. 7 years.
7 years, they could not get it open.
They could not build it,
yeah.
and we did it in 4 months. So, you know, you say, hey, it's big and everything else, and give them a little bit more time, but the fact is, that's a disgrace. The zoos are a disgrace. The subways, the schools. It's really, David, it's really management. It's management, it's competence, it's capability, it's just basic ability, and Ed Koch doesn't have it.
Yeah, but you're speaking again from the over the fence in private enterprise. He's trying to run a municipal administration.
It can be done.
You think it could be done?
Absolutely. By the right person, it could be done.
Yeah. Any thoughts? I mean, would you want to be mayor of this city?
No, I wouldn't want to be mayor. It'd run very well if I was mayor, but I would not want to be the mayor of New York.
And what about the, are people trying to draft you to run for president up in New Hampshire?
Well, I guess a lot of people want to see this country, it's a shame what's happening. Japan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, everybody's taking advantage of the United States. People know that if certain people are running a country, that it won't happen. I mean, when you look at Japan, not paying for the defense, we're defending Japan. We're losing billions and billions of dollars. We're fighting for AIDS help and for farmers and for this and that. And it's a shame, and the Japanese folks, who I respect greatly, but they're not treating us fairly. They're really not treating us fairly. Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, they're not paying us anything for the services we're rendering, and I think it's a disgrace. And I think people look at certain people, and maybe me, if I were in a position, this country, believe me, would not be ripped off like it is, and it is just being ripped off so badly by our so-called allies.
Yeah. So that's a pretty strong statement. So now, are you saying?
I don't think it's strong. I think it's fair. And by the way, I have tremendous respect for the Japanese. I do a lot of business with the Japanese, and they smile about it too. They know it. The country is losing billions and billions of dollars to Japan, and we can't afford to lose, and it's a shame.
But so now, are you saying this by way of indicating that you could do it better, and you do intend to run for president at some point?
No, I'm not going to run for president, but I think somebody...
Now, in 8 years, if you came back, would you have a different answer? In 4 years,
I tend to doubt it. I really tend to doubt it. But I just think that there's so many ways that this country can straighten itself out, and we're not going about those ways. Cutting farm aid is not the appropriate thing. Cutting help for the homeless and help for the poor and welfare... Certain things can be done that really will mean big dollars to this country, and those things are not being done right now.
Let me ask you one other question, because I know you have other appointments and stuff to get to. If you go to dinner and the bill is like, say, $25, how much of a tip would you throw down?
Well, you know, the way I feel about tips, if somebody does a super job, I give more than anyone. And if somebody does a lousy job, I probably give less than anybody. And that's the way I feel about life. Life should be, you should be rewarded for competence and capability and doing a job and having a smile on your face, maybe, if that's the case. And I'm a pretty good tipper when somebody's good, and I'm a pretty lousy tipper if somebody's not good. So that's the way it is.
But, you know, sitting here listening to this stuff, it seems to me you are dying to get to some public platform to superimpose those feelings upon the American awareness.
Well, maybe so, but I'm not. I would like to have the feelings known and let somebody else do it, and it can be done. If the ball's carried correctly, it can be done.
Yeah, but if you want something done right,
do it yourself.
There has been no one more consistent in public life than President Donald Trump over the course of the last 38 to 40 years on these very topics, especially when dealing with other countries. And we've seen that in turn with his tariff policies that are making America independent, wealthy, and safe again, ultimately great again. And Ronald Reagan, during that time, slapped a 100% tariff on the Japanese for manipulating their currency. So you can be a free market capitalist and also use the tools to put America first. As part of our Media Minute, in case you missed it, Portland has arrested a number of different people through ICE agents being there, and Oregon, as a result, looking to sue the Trump administration. We'll watch that very closely. As I did mention before, a looming shutdown with the government. We have been covering that all morning and early afternoon. Also, the Chinese President Xi Jinping trying to get the Trump administration to reverse their position on Taiwanese independence that has been very heavily supported by the American administration. And again, the Chinese trying to formally move the United States in a direction of opposing that. Very unlikely to happen. The Pentagon is also pressing U.S. contractors to double or even quadruple production of 12 key missiles, including Patriot interceptors. Tomorrow, President Trump having a meeting with Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, with generals and admirals who have been summoned to Quantico, Virginia. We will likely take you there for that coverage as President Trump is pushing for peace in Gaza, holding a presser momentarily from now with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu live from the East Room at the White House. We will take you there as the gentlemen have been meeting for the last couple of hours. In addition to the awful violence at the Mormon church in Michigan, a former veteran has been reported to have opened fire on a North Carolina restaurant along the waterfront there, killing 3, injuring 5. We're staying closely monitoring that story as there seems to be a 21-point plan for Gaza, which that might become well known via this press conference today, a plan to broker ceasefire in Gaza, but it has reportedly not been finalized. We'll see what President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have to say specifically in regards to that. Also, on a lighter note, with everything happening in the world, well, actually, on a very serious note at first, Russia launching an overnight strike in Kiev, Ukraine, lasting more than 12 hours over the weekend. It pummeled the capital of Kiev and killed at least 4 people. As we watch that with the Super Bowl, the halftime show has been announced for those interested. The Puerto Rican star Bad Bunny will headline the Super Bowl halftime show in California this February. A light note to see as press starting to enter the room in the East Room as President Trump has a world that is very unpredictable at times. And can you imagine if Kamala Harris, with her 107 days, that ridiculous book tour that she's doing, trying to put her spin on what took place over the past presidential election, things like that Pete Buttigieg was supposed to be the running mate, but that America would so allegedly not accept a black woman who is also Indian, who's also Jamaican, who's also Caucasian, who's also basically the United Nations all folded into one, according to her, whatever's most convenient for the narrative, with a gay man on the top of the ticket. But rather, I think she just wanted one of her fellow comrades, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, to be on the ticket with her. So I think that was more of her air and an air on the campaign rather than the so-called, according to her, discriminatory practices of the United States of America. I think we're a very open and welcoming society, regardless of our differences in opinion. but it's really a bizarre read, and I have not really dove into it yet other than listening to her own commentary and her own take on the book in and of itself, also seemingly pointing fingers at the former president, the autopen, and the past administration to failures on in regards to what the Democrat Party chose to do. But of course, we know they stole an election to rig it for her. It's their third attempt at this. Remember, they pulled the rug out from crazy Bernie Sanders in 2016 and arguably in 2020 when the autopen was pulling at some of the lowest ratings until South Carolina and a specific congressman endorsing him, and then it flipped the script for COVID. But even the autopen receiving 12 million votes in the primaries until he dropped out in the summer of 2024 after a very poor debate performance with President Trump. And post what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 21st, when the autopen dropped out of that race, and then endorsing his vice president. I mean, what an incredible 2024. None of us have ever experienced anything quite like it. And remember what they did to Secretary Kennedy. He was running for the Democrat nomination initially, but then they kicked him out of the race and out of the party ultimately with an independent candidacy that came to an end, mostly thanks to bringing together of Maha and MAGA, Charlie Kirk, as Secretary Kennedy mentioned that at the memorials in Glendale, Arizona, and Washington, D.C., and across this country, stating this on countless airwaves that Charlie Kirk brought together President Trump and Bobby Kennedy, and the rest is future, as Charlie used to say. Thank you to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for your support here at Right Side Broadcasting Network to bring the great viewers here all of this seasonal flu prep and tips as we're now in fall flu season. There's a strain of COVID. There's the common cold. What are you to do to protect your family when someone wakes up with a cough, the sniffles? Prepare your medicine cabinet before the flu hits you. QR code. Scan that now for 10% off. What a great deal with RSBN 10. It's RSBN 10, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, Tamiflu, antibiotics, ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, immune support, methylene blue, NAD+. It's fantastic. 200 plus medications and emergency medical kits for you to take on the road with you if necessary, but regardless will protect you as that flu and cold season comes this way. It's no red tape, no bureaucracy, no insurance. In fact, just doctors and pharmacists who care about you and can get you life-saving medications to your door within 2 to 3 days on average if you order right now. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And I can tell you last year, I sure could have used some Tamiflu on the road. I had some medication with me, and I stay relatively healthy. I try to at least eat well, go to the gym, go to church, all the good stuff that keeps your mind right, your body right. But remember Traverse City when President Trump was on the campaign trail and did the 3-hour plus show with Joe Rogan and was a bit behind schedule for the Traverse City. It went from the most beautiful sunshiny day, low 70s, to low 50s that night up in a beautiful Mitten State, the Wolverine state of Michigan. And my goodness, did it get cold when I was on location with the Daily Caller's Ashley Brassfield when we were covering the campaign trail. And Mr. Producer remembers it very well. He was out in the cold with just a sweatshirt on. I mean, it was a freezing cold night. And then we went en route to New York City, and I woke up the following day with, just eyes were swollen. I was not camera ready, to say the least. And we still put on a great coverage of what was history in the front row of it day by day, the most historical campaign, perhaps in the history of this great constitutional republic, one unlike any other, with the twists and turns and with God bestowing blessings upon this great nation. Not done with us yet, and reinstating President Trump through our votes to the highest office in the land. But I could tell you, get all of that prepared as we get into this flu and cold season, because the temperatures can change really quickly, or you can be enjoying yourself out and about at the fall football games, and someone next to you might be getting some sniffles, and then all of a sudden you're sick because you share the popcorn or whatever it might be. So make sure you stay on top of that. We are anticipating President Trump to hold a press conference with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, White House staff, the media all on hand right now. We expect those front rows to be filled with members of the cabinet in the East Room. We are live for you right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, your go-to live desk to bring you unbridled access to the federal city, your representatives in government, and the stories that affect you most outside of the Beltway. So if there's a story or feedback you'd like to give, it's very easy to write into the network. We read everything. We read all of the emails, all of the messages, the good, the bad, the ugly. And it's feedback at rsbn.tv. Feedback at rsbn.tv. Please feel free to share, if you wish to opine, all of the different issues affecting the United States of America in 2025, because we know there's a ripple effect, the good and the bad, with grace, with sin, with everything that is in our very broken world. We all need hope. We all need connection. And we hope to help provide that here at Right Side Broadcasting Network by covering the most important stories of the day that, again, affect your neck of the woods and your zip code, whether it be from the halls of Congress to the White House, to the travels that take President Trump to football stadiums, to the Ryder Cup on the golf course, where he aptly had on his loafers ready to go and play a round of golf in those golf shoes in case the American team needed him. And they sure did early on. They made quite the comeback yesterday, but just short, as Shane Lowry of Ireland received that last point against Georgia's very own Russell Henley to finish the match and tie it. And it gave the 14 points needed for Europe to retain the Ryder Cup in a star-studded competition that weekend, just yesterday, along with college football and professional games that I hope you got to decompress and enjoy Sabbath. That's something I've been trying to gear in towards more, as that's something that Charlie Kirk would do. He would follow the traditional Jewish Sabbath of Friday evening into all of Saturday, turning off his phone, spending time with family, getting out into nature. And this time of year is so, so good for it, whether it's a fall foliage trip to New Hampshire or Vermont up to the upper Midwest, or simply enjoying some golf, or, again, football on television, to whatever it might be. I'm just rattling off what I enjoy to do. But even if it's kicking back with a good cup of coffee and a good book in hand, it's good to acknowledge Sabbath. Even God rested on the seventh day, as we know from Genesis, when creating this world that we know it, this earth that we have inherited, his vision for humanity. We are in the likeness of image of God, and it's remarkable to reflect upon a government that believes in that. And we saw that just last week in Glendale, Arizona, as countless members of the cabinet who may be in position to hear from the president and the prime minister moments from now spoke on that very topic, about how Charlie was truly America's pastor and evangelizer, bringing the good news, and that he ultimately helped turn us back to Christ. And that the vice president, J.D. Vance, stating that I've not talking about Jesus so much in 2 weeks as I have now, ever since the passing of my friend Charlie Kirk. So it's an inspiration that we take now into public life, because it is true. The Christian is called to go into the public arena, just like this administration, to correct error. And we all fall short. We all share that as human beings. We will fall short of the glory of God. But we know that his love is everlasting, and that it's our bound duty in the Great Commission to go out there and tell of not only history and what happened, but how to obtain salvation. And it's through the blood and the worthy sacrifice of Jesus Christ on the cross, on that most holy of altars. And it's truly a pleasure and a privilege to be behind a microphone to talk about that on a network that cares about the future of this country and the future of the American church and the role it plays in all of that, and the role it plays in our Jewish foundations, in the Judeo-Christian tradition of this American constitutional republic. You know, the beauty of it is, too, you don't have to believe it. It's nice if you do, but as long as you recognize that those foundational principles come from that. And Charlie spoke on it often, that the first 9 of 13 states, the original colonies, to serve in constitutional government, their very constitutions dating back to 1620, the landing at Plymouth Rock with the Pilgrims, all of our state governments and local institutions before 1776 had Confederate constitutions. And not Confederate in the sense of North versus South like in the 19th century, but articles of Confederacy, the very colonial government that existed prior to separating from the United Kingdom and England. We were different than common law in that regard. And although British common law and also John Locke and his theories inspired the American Revolution, ultimately it was religious liberty. It was the escaping of religious persecution that brought the first settlers here to America. And in turn, spread that gospel from sea to shining sea. 9 of the first 13 states, you had to have a declaration of religious faith. You had to be a Bible-believing, church-attending Christian. In Maryland, that was very much the majority was Catholic, and the other 8 was very Protestant. But regardless, you needed that statement of faith. Could you imagine if our politicians would sign on to that today? I mean, right now, there's an anti-communist declaration form that you can sign for any level of office. Some of them do not sign it. Again, it is optional. I think that you should, regardless, to pledge that you are against communism. But we know that the far left that has infiltrated the Democrat Party, many of them believe hardline in communist principles, the antithesis to the foundation of this constitutional republic. But we have an executive that is going the opposite direction, and thanks be to God for that. As we await those cabinet members and President Trump and the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, visiting the White House for, I believe, the 4th time now. So he's been there just this year alone within this administration. The last visit over dinner, presenting President Trump with his nomination forms that the President of the United States receive the Nobel Peace Prize. So an amazing honor from clearly a friend of the West, and we'll see how this potential ceasefire could happen. We know President Trump criticizing Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu last time when there was a ceasefire agreed to as a result of the 12 days war between Israel and Iran after B-2 bombers on that very long mission, within a matter of minutes, striking Iran's nuclear facilities in Tehran, the 3 of them that are known, followed by Tomahawk missiles from United States carriers. We are the only nation in the known world that can send in B-2 bombers undetected. So I'm sure it put Russia, China, and evil empires of the like on notice, including the Tehrans and the mullahs of Iran that perpetuate a perverted theocracy or theocratic methods that seek to oppress religious liberty. And the siren song of Islamism that has teamed up with communism and secular humanist thought and globalism that is rampant within the United Nations. We saw that just last week. President Trump has been bold in his leadership, including his team, to make America safe again, ultimately wealthy and great again, with these policies that have truly been Abraham Accords 2.0, sovereignty in the MAGA doctrine, something that Charlie Kirk and many others not only commentated on, but wrote about extensively over the course of the last decade. And we bring all of that to you right here for you to make up your mind whether or not you agree with it here on this network. And we're privileged to do so at 1:27 on the East Coast. So good afternoon, America, in the Central and Eastern time zones, the Mountain and West Coast, Pacific time zones. A good morning to you as we give you unbridled access to your 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief in this ever-important meeting to discuss a potential 21-point plan to bring a ceasefire to the Gaza Strip. And God willing, that does happen. President Trump's main focus has been I want the killing to stop, whether it's Russia and Ukraine, to the already solved conflicts of Rwanda and the Congo, the Philippines, to Thailand, and also Pakistan and India, Armenia and Azerbaijan, them coming together, all shaking hands. President Trump truly having that Jimmy Carter moment of the 1970s with Egypt and Israel shaking hands together post the Camp David Accords, which took days and days, weeks and weeks, almost years to solve, months of strife and slamming of doors and screaming at one another with those leaders, coming to that peace moment. Well, this is like that on steroids, and in such a short period of time. President Trump solving 7 wars in roughly 7 to 8 months. Now, there is discussion potentially of Middle East and Arab nations creating their form of a NATO, like the European pact, along with America, to keep safe the West against any Russian or Eastern threat. In turn, Vladimir Putin's been very vocal about this, that it was promised dating back to the Clinton years with Ukraine at the time that if Ukraine gave up its nuclear stockpile, that the NATO countries would not add, nor would their eastern border infringe upon the western border of Moscow and the whole of Russia. Now, that's changed extensively through the Otto administration, creating a calamity that could have caused World War III, with 2 new member states of Finland and Sweden then joining NATO. So you don't want something similar to necessarily happen within the Middle East, but Israel does have the right to exist. And there have been big voices on all of this, right, left, and center, as we know, from the college campuses all the way to the halls of Congress, which the insane squad have perpetuated a far-left false narrative of the so-called Israeli genocide. Nothing can be further from the truth. Israel simply defending itself from the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attacks. In turn, President Trump still working for those ceasefires and for Israel to, at times, slow in the process, given that it sometimes hits sovereign borders, including Doha, Qatar, which has seen Iranian firepower, which is next to nothing. It's rather a joke. And also Israeli firepower in pursuit of Hamas and of the things that happened as a result of the 12 days war this summer. But I ask you, could you have seen Kamala Harris handling all of this? She did not even have interest in foreign diplomacy. As she was asked by a legacy media anchor during her tenure as vice president, you have not gone to the border as borders are, a job given to you by President Autopen. And she said, well, what's the difference? I haven't been to Europe. And then the cackling hyena went into her nonsense. I pray that she never enters public life again. Hope she enjoys her retirement permanently, because talk about someone who was not prepared for the job. But you, the American people, you knew what was best for the country. And by God's grace alone did we receive this administration focus on religious liberty and common sense. I mean, so many of these issues are 93-7. It's about defending the West, our way of life, our civilization, and ultimately making this country great again with Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike. And it's all represented by the true diversity that's worth celebrating within the cabinet. As we get close to the potential press conference here, let's go to a quick commercial break for sponsorships as we await the cabinet to enter the room. The media is in the room, some of the staff as well. We are waiting on President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They will have a press conference momentarily at the East Room of the White House.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network as we await President Trump and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu to hold a press conference. And I'm sure those first couple of rows for the Israeli government officials and the Trump administration. So we look forward to bringing you that today as President Trump has been very vocal on True Social, from things to the Ryder Cup all the way to NFL football. In fact, he's not a big fan of the new kickoff rule. If you've seen any of that going on as you watch your Sunday favorite team in action, criticizing it, saying it's hard to watch the new NFL kickoff. It's wrong on every level. They should end it immediately. Bad for the game of football. That's President DJT. That's how you know he put that there. So it's one of the more interesting things to watch. College football is not doing that right now, and that's a good thing to see. The idea is that it will prevent concussions or harder hits, but either way, I think these guys are tip-top, in shape, great athletes, and will run through any of their competition. So I don't think it makes much of a difference. Ultimately, as President Trump will dive into those cultural topics, unlike other leaders. Some will say, I don't need to comment on that, or it really doesn't matter. It's not my cup of tea. President Trump dives right into it as new photos were released. Cut number 7, Mr. Producer, of President Trump enjoying his time with His Majesty King Charles and Queen Camilla and the royal family in merry old England. That's a stunning look at Windsor Castle. I believe the first state dinner to be held at Windsor Castle for a president of the United States of America. And a fond moment when His Majesty the King mentioned that, isn't it an amazing tribute to our countries and our civilization across the pond, how much we have in common, given the fact that, as he put it, the rebel commander who became the first inaugural president of the United States, George Washington, and King Charles's 5 times removed great-great-grandfather, King George III, did not really have high opinions of one another ultimately and could never see themselves stepping on one another's soil. And the first ambassador to the court of St. James happened to be the first vice president, the second president of the United States, none other than John Adams himself, who had to go on diplomatic mission first and foremost as the government was being put together to, in essence, confront King George III. And that memorialized in the HBO miniseries John Adams. If you have not seen that, it's quite fantastic to see what they used to have to do to address royalty. Things have changed over time in diplomacy, but you would have to enter the room and stop on 3 occasions with a curtsy or a bow to the leader of the United Kingdom. And there was a sharp stare coming from King George III in the direction of John Adams, who, in his view, was a rebel, a traitor, and ultimately a founding father, and an amazing man, someone everyone should study. if you have an interest in American politics, especially those first few leaders of this great nation who put everything on the line, their lives, their liberty, their sacred honor, in order to create this constitutional republic, if we can keep it. And that's the question. Nearly 250 years into this, we have a struggle before our hands that seemingly can be quiet at times, but I think has become amplified in recent days, weeks, and months, given the far-left violence that we've seen in this country. The very idea that rips into the fabric of this nation, that can you freely speak and say something, whether it be on the college campuses or on from the church ambo and the pew. You have that right. Whether or not it's considered hateful or stupid or unpopular, you as an American citizen have that God-given right bestowed from on high to speak your piece. No, there's no such thing as a safe space or a free speech zone. The free speech zone is protected by those very founding documents, and it covers every single inch of this extraordinary country of ours. So never forget that as you go through your public discourse, and with respect and with charity. And at the same time, recognize you're in certain situations as well where you're beholden to an employer. And many times they put you out there to get the job done. And some will see it as egregious or, as I mentioned, stupid, hateful, whatever that might be. So always recognize that, especially in private business, you are representing someone if you are the employee. Just a word for thought, as we know we've been through that debate over the course of the last couple of weeks with the canceling of a show, then it coming back, and the left screaming their minds about it when they did not show the same charity to other newscasters and comedians in the past. But ultimately, a business decision, and we'll see what happens with that, as some people have really tried to misguide the American ethos. But we here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we present it as it is. We share the truth, and we know that you, the viewers, are smart enough to make up your minds on your own. As President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will have a press conference. Stay tuned at 1:40 East Coast time this beautiful afternoon, Monday, September 29th. Thank you to angelpaste.com. Experience the miracle that is the vitamin B cream that I use on a daily basis to keep my hands nice and moisturized in the dry weather, but also to keep it glowing. This is for guys, it's for gals, it's for everybody, and they have many, many great products at their websites, angelpaste.com. The vitamin C infused orange option, that's non-GMO, no chemical as well. Experience the miracle that is angelpaste.com with a facial spray to paint the town red, whether it's your first date or the 50th wedding anniversary. We're here to celebrate with you at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Angelpaste.com, this is a group of people from the Lone Star State of Texas. They're based in Spring. It's in the Houston Metroplex. So they know a thing or two about living near the Gulf of America. Christians who hire veterans. Can you imagine a better company? I can't. It's angelpaste.com. Experience the miracle that is their products today on this Monday to get ready for your next weekend. And covepure.com/RSBN. A viewer note, very important for your gut health, for your overall health, to invest in a significant reverse osmosis system. In fact, it's the best in the business. You could see the size of it, perhaps smaller than your coffee maker that sits on your kitchen counter as we speak. Get $200 off with covepure.com/RSBN. Drink pure, live pure. Again, $200 off of this life-saving system. Clearwater Technology, I'd like to run you through this for a moment. They take 99.9% of the impurities out of your pure H2O. It's so smart to do because fluoride, pesticides, agricultural runoff, in fact, hormone disruptors, including birth control runoff, can be found in your tap water. JAMA Pediatrics doing a study with scientists and doctors finding that children that drink out of the tap on a regular basis can lose up to 2 or more points in their IQ from drinking from the hose, from the sink, whatever it might be. And you can't have that, especially coming off of COVID and all of the lost learning that took place in the last 5 years. Protect what matters. Utah and Florida actually putting forth legislation to get fluoride out of the water. So I think Bobby Kennedy, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, truly vindicated for his position on that. It's covepier.com/RSBN. No frivolous lawsuit with them because they have Clearwater technology protecting you. Scan that QR code today. $200 off. Drink Pure, Live Pure, covepure.com/RSBN. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history as we await President Trump and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu moments from now. Scheduled for 1:15. We're about 30 minutes after the fact. Let's take a quick commercial break for sponsors as we await for the president and the prime minister. We'll see you back here in a moment.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network as we see our media colleagues in the House, in the East Room, in the White House. Is there a more important house today or truly any day as we have readout of President Trump's call with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and Prime Minister Al-Thani of Qatar? So today, President Trump hosted a trilateral phone call with His Excellency Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel and His Excellency Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jasmine Al Thani of Qatar. That all happening really over the course of the last 2.5 hours. We saw Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrive at the White House this morning via the West Wing. President Trump out there to greet him, and President Trump, more than normal, and he normally does, had a look of determination, of hospitality, but ready to get down to business. Now, according to the White House, the president expressed his desire to put Israeli-Qatar relations on a positive track after years of mutual grievances and miscommunications. The leaders accepted the president's proposal to establish a trilateral mechanism to enhance coordination, improve communication, resolve mutual grievances, and strengthen collective efforts to prevent threats. They underscored their shared commitment to working together constructively and clearing away misperceptions while building on the long-standing ties both have with the United States of America. As a first step, Prime Minister Netanyahu expressed his deep regret that Israel's missile strike against Hamas targets in Qatar unintentionally killed a Qatari serviceman. He further expressed regret that in targeting Hamas leadership during hostage negotiations, Israel violated Qatari sovereignty and affirmed that Israel will not conduct such an attack again in the future. Prime Minister Al-Thani welcomed these assurances, emphasizing Qatar's readiness to continue contributing meaningful to regional security and stability. Those conversations to continue. Prime Minister Netanyahu expressed commitment to the same. The leaders discussed a proposal for ending the war in Gaza and prospects for a more secure Middle East and the need for greater understanding between their countries. President Trump praised both leaders for their willingness to take steps toward greater cooperation in the interest of peace and security for all. So I'm sure we'll receive some of that question and answer and statements in the coming minutes here from the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Israel regarding this very call that happened moments ago with leadership Al-Thani, the Prime Minister of Qatar. And we saw from President Trump's trip to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and also to the United Arab Emirates earlier this year that the Gulf states, truly these Arab nations, deeply respect President Trump and went against protocol with traditional Arabic garb and celebration, sword dancing to following with a military parade in some cases, also with many of their high-ranking officials following by camelback, different things that you wouldn't necessarily see here in the United States, but customs that are age-old traditions for these countries steeped in history. In fact, many people on the Twitter sphere and throughout the internet teasing what the United Arab Emirates did with the hair dancing and the young females doing traditional Arabic dance as President Trump was welcomed into the UAE palaces. And it's something that is only held for people that they have the utmost respect for, or even Saudi Arabia, the prince, escorting President Trump from the purple carpet, which served as a red carpet of sorts from Air Force One in the desert, to the front of the Saudi Arabian complexes, to playing not only the national anthem, but the YMCA theme that you would hear at a Trump victory rally. So it's remarkable for me as I have conversations with people. Either they have their head in the sand, or they're simply not paying attention, or they have a hardline view, or just simply the Trump derangement syndrome, which we know is needed by some form of medication, probably the best being church and going to the gym, as well as a good diet to get your mind right, because the TDS still remains out there. This world is much safer under President Trump. Full stop. He is someone who deeply is committed to the sovereignty of this nation, as outlined in the UN speech just last week to the General Assembly, the 80th edition of that. But in addition to that, he wants what's best for world peace. He's been very clear about that, and that's why he gets involved in these negotiations, whether they be multilateral to bilateral to trilateral. 32 meetings at the United Nations General Assembly last week alone, in addition to President Erdogan visiting the West Wing just last week. I think he'd rather be golfing. And we know all in jest, but he said, I can't sit on the beach too long. I don't want that salt water hitting my beautiful skin over and over and over again, like the Autopen would take his naps on Rehoboth Beach in Delaware while all trying to eat a vanilla ice cream cone and then falling over on his bicycle or falling up the steps of Air Force One. And not to make effect or light of what can happen as a geriatric citizen. I hate generational warfare, but it's something to reflect upon as we look in this new golden era of America. If the escalator would have stopped abruptly with Joe Biden and so-called Dr. Jill, a doctor of chaos, in my opinion, because who would allow their spouse to attempt to run the country when there's clear cognitive decline that was withheld from the American people, as now Kamala Harris is talking about in her book. She didn't know that beforehand, but now she does as she reflects on 107 days. They would have fallen over. And it would have been an embarrassment to the entire world, as he did in Delaware, as he did at Joint Base Andrews, as he did on the world stage with leaders who would not even shake his hand. This country was in danger. This world was in danger under the incompetence and the ideological moves of the Autopen, and someone who, again, was not even fully there. God had mercy on us, bringing back Donald Trump through your votes to the Oval Office. There's no question about that. As we await President Trump to hold a press conference with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we'll see in the next few minutes here. We're still awaiting the first two rows. That should be members of the Israeli government and the assistant team of the Prime Minister, also the cabinet of the United States of America, or at least cabinet officials. I'm sure Vice President J.D. Vance will be in attendance as well. We'll wait for that as we go through some of the news of the day. President Trump receiving a fun video. Number one, Mr. Producer, if we could play that again. The European team teasing President Trump after their very well-fought victory to retain the cup in the Ryder Cup in Bethpage Black in New York.
Are you watching? Are you watching? Are you watching? Are you watching Donald Trump? Are you watching Donald Trump? Hey!
Congrats to the European team. We look forward to taking that back from you on your soil in County Limerick, Ireland in September 2027 for the 100th playing, or the 100th year. It'll be the 46th edition, but the 100th anniversary of the foundation of the 1927 Ryder Cup. We look forward to that. So the Americans almost came back in those singles matches. It was a fun thing to view yesterday, as high-quality gold is in the Oval Office. Cut to, Mr. Producer. You really have to see this, whether it comes from Mar-a-Lago or from around the world. President Trump is setting up the glitz and the glam in the Oval Office. Wow, does it shine brighter than ever before, and it brings a lot of hope to a once weary executive office that has definitely changed over the course of a few short months, not even a whole calendar year in the Oval Office. And I believe now over 20 portraits, mostly of presidents, but includes statesmen like Benjamin Franklin, great leaders in this nation, including our founding fathers and those Western frontiersmen who did not back down against threats from the French, from the British, from the Spanish, from native tribes like the Creeks, who were extraordinarily violent in this part of the world, in Alabama, in the Yellowhammer State, in good old Dixie. We reflect on our history and the fact that we are from sea to shining sea, 50 states, 6 territories, and influence that knows no bounds because of the goodness of America, especially 2 great wars and post-World War II. Think about the whole of human civilization. What country goes into a nation, then to give it back to the sovereign people who want to do it better than dictators who would seemingly try to run their lives. It's the American story, and we're all here about it. We're all here for it as we celebrate the life and the legacy of this great nation. Sadly, not heroic by any means. It was actually dastardly, horrific church violence in Michigan. President Trump speaking on that on Truth Social, that he has been briefed on the horrendous shooting that took place at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, Michigan. A beautiful place. The FBI was immediately on the scene and will be leading the federal investigation, providing full support to state and local officials. The suspect is dead. There is a lot to learn. This appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States of America. The Trump administration will keep the public posted, as we always do. In the meantime, pray for the victims and their families. This epidemic of violence in our country must come to an end immediately, as it's a sad weekend for the Mormon Church as they say goodbye to their friend, their pastor, the president and prophet of Russell M. Smith, 101 years old. Cut number 5, Mr. Producer Russell M. Nelson, the president and prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Passed away last night at the age of 101. Really, truly a life well lived. He just had his birthday earlier this week, and Russell was sharp and engaged in service, truly up until the end. Our hearts and prayers are with his incredible wife, Wendy, 10 children, 57 grandchildren, and more than 167 great-grandchildren, as well as the members of the church all over our country. Russell had a remarkable life, a pioneering lifestyle, heart surgery techniques, and, of course, his ministry of many decades. He was a physician, literally and spiritually speaking, on that. Will be greatly missed in our thoughts and prayers of the Nelson family. And what a legacy. I mean, where do you start with birthday presents versus Christmas presents alone for a legacy and a lineage such as that? And again, really the theme, I think, of this live desk, the ripple effect, the good and bad we can have on society. And Russell Nelson was one of the good ones. So God be with you, sir. God rest your soul. As our prayers are with the Church of Latter-day Saints, our Mormon brothers and sisters all across the country, and stories that are rather sad today. Now, President Trump is focused on productive meetings on Gaza, cut number 20, as we outlined from the White House email that came moments ago with the trilateral phone call between the leadership in Qatar and Israel there at the White House, Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu with the President of the United States. Productive meetings happening, as the President reported on Truth Social, that he is pleased to report we are having very inspired and productive discussions with the Middle Eastern community concerning Gaza. Intense negotiations have been going on for days now and will continue for as long as necessary in order to get a successfully completed agreement. All of the countries within the region are involved. Hamas is very much aware of these discussions, and Israel has been informed at all levels of what's taking place, as it was during the phone call today, including with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There is more goodwill and enthusiasm for getting a deal done after so many decades than he's ever seen before, according to the President of the United States. And everyone is excited to put this period of death and darkness behind them. It's an honor to be part of this negotiation. We must get the hostages back and a permanent and long-lasting peace. That is the mission of the president, as he is encouraging people, cut 10, Mr. Producer, to get a new book that's out there really touching on this very topic happening today in the Middle East. A really great, impactful book just out on democracies and death cults by New York Times bestselling author Douglas Murray. Get it now. President Donald J. Trump. So DJT right there signing that off on that truth. Yes, it's important. If you're familiar with Douglas Murray's work, a great author and journalist, he talks about this unholy triumvirate of communism, Islamism, and secular globalist thought, something that you saw on ugly display last week at the United Nations General Assembly, the 80th edition of that. It's 2 o'clock on the East Coast. It's 11 o'clock on the West Coast. Stick with us here as, yes, pop star Bad Bunny being announced for your February Super Bowl, Super Bowl 60. Gosh, you'll be here right before we know it. As time seems to be moving faster and faster. We'll take a quick break for sponsorships, but stick it with you here right at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we wait for the President and the Prime Minister moments away.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door. And you are with Right Side Broadcasting Network as we bring unbridled access to your government. Today, President Trump holding a press conference moments from now with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And you see some of these Israeli government officials coming into the East Room. Media is there, some of the White House staff as well. So we look forward to this bilateral discussion and a trilateral phone call with the leadership in Qatar taking place just moments ago. We read through that email for you on what was discussed, and it seems as if we might have time, as we are still awaiting for American officials to come into the room, including members of the cabinet, just on what was discussed between the president, the prime minister, and also the prime minister of Qatar, Al Thani. So earlier today, President Trump hosting a trilateral phone call with His Excellency Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who we saw enter the West Wing earlier a couple of hours ago, and His Excellency Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jasmine Al Thani of Qatar, a friend and ally of the United States. The president expressed his desire to put the Israeli-Qatar relations on a positive track after years of mutual grievances and miscommunications. The leaders accepted the president's proposal to establish a trilateral mechanism to enhance coordination, improve communication, resolve mutual grievances, and strengthen collective efforts to prevent threats. They underscored their shared commitment to working together constructively and clearing away any misperceptions. Now, while building on a long-standing tie both have with the United States, the first step being Prime Minister Netanyahu expressing his deep regret that Israel's missile strike against Hamas targets in Qatar unintentionally killed a Qatari serviceman. He further expressed regret that in targeting Hamas leadership during hostage negotiations, Israel violated Qatari sovereignty and affirmed that Israel will not conduct such an attack again in the future. Prime Minister Al Thani welcomed these assurances, emphasizing Qatar's readiness to continue contributing meaningfully to regional security and stability within the Middle East. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu expressed commitment to the exact same. The leaders discussed a proposal for ending the war in Gaza and prospects for a more secure Middle East and the need for greater understanding between their countries. President Trump praised both leaders and their willingness to take steps forward and toward a greater cooperation in the interest and peace and security for truly all mankind. I mean, the globe has really shrunk in recent years with technology, and good to see peace and cooperation even when you disagree on certain items. And again, this is the man for the moment, President Trump, because without this guidance and this leadership and this push for peace today, I don't think you'd have another leader that is quite as able to accomplish all of these different issues. As crime has been an issue here in the United States, President Trump putting on Truth Social, make crime illegal again. And it's another 93-7 issue that why would you not want your neck of the woods, your zip code, to be one that has good schools and that is safe for kids and that people can truly raise their families in peace and harmony. And Cut 16, Mr. Director, I don't believe we covered that from President Trump, who was very active over social media over the course of the weekend, from traveling to the Ryder Cup, but also with these new warnings from Health and Human Services. Pregnant women, don't use Tylenol unless absolutely necessary. Don't give Tylenol to your young child for virtually any reason. Break up the MMR shot into 3 totally separate shots, not mixed. take the chicken pox shot separately, take hepatitis B shot at 12 years old or older, and importantly, take the vaccine in 5 separate medical visits. President DJT. Something important to do, something I'm just reminding my friends is they're having children to maybe follow what the scientific recommendations are and not go on these sprees of what I've seen on Instagram of some pregnant women of the left deciding to take copious amounts of Tylenol. Why the heck would you do that? Not very smart. Before it was seen as smart to have in small doses if you do have that fever, and in some cases, yes, do that in order to curb that as you're literally growing a child in your system, life's amazing miracle of reproduction. But if you don't have to, unless absolutely necessary, they believe there is a correlation between the spikes in autism and natal issues as a result of taking this Tylenol. So take that advice, I would say, from Health and Human Services very seriously. Because we used to have a nation that had very, very healthy people, and now we don't. Whether it's these diagnoses you're seeing that have spiked in the last 25 years to diabetes and just an unhealthy amount of young people, some that can't serve in the military because they're simply overweight. And John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the 35th president of the United States, Bobby Kennedy's uncle, spoke on this in 1962, that seeing the spikes back then caused great concern for national security, to not be physically fit. And, you know, it's going to hurt one way or the other. It can hurt in those workouts. And I'm telling you, even when I don't want to go to the gym, I always feel better on the other end of it. And you clear your mind. It's God's gift to us to be physically active and to live the life he's bestowed upon us to the best of our ability, rather than we could take the unhealthy route and simply get aches and pains and chronic disease, an epidemic we're truly facing in this country later on in life. Most of the obesity in this country really caused by our choices and the health scares such as cancer to hypertension to the OCPD, among many other different issues facing American health, all coming from personal choices. So that's something to consider, as President Trump is very passionate about making America healthy again with his team at Health and Human Services. So thank you to President Trump for putting out that message. As number 18, I think we have yet to cover as well. This might be interesting to those history lovers regarding Amelia Earhart. So this is a very passionate administration to declassifying the truths that might have been hidden by our government years and years ago. I have been asked by many people about the life and times of Amelia Earhart, such an interesting story, and would I consider declassifying and releasing everything about her, in particularly her last fatal flight. She was an aviation pioneer, the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean, and achieved many other aviation firsts. She disappeared in the South Pacific while trying to become the first woman to fly around the world. Amelia made it almost 3/4 around the world before suddenly and without notice vanished, never to be seen again. Her disappearance almost 90 years ago has captivated millions around the globe. I am ordering my administration to declassify and release all government records related to Amelia Earhart, her final trip, and everything else about her. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This is the most transparent administration in modern American history, if not all of American history. In the digital age, in a time where it's harder to truly hide things from others, this president wants the information out there. We know, and we hope to have an interview in the future with Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna of Florida, someone I had the unique pleasure of working with during our 10 years at Turning Point USA. She stated in a press conference on a Thursday this summer in the House press office that there were not one but 2 shooters in the Kennedy assassination. That's profound of what's been released and redacted from the American government. To go on the record as a congresswoman and say that is truly breaking news. So this government, and whether it would be the Warren Commission to the exploration search teams on Amelia Earhart, to the activities and the practices of J. Edgar Hoover of the FBI, to what has happened now with indictments against James Comey and an investigation into Christopher Wray, I think we're just scratching the surface as to what's true and what has been withheld from us, the American people. And that speech dating back to 1962 in Germany. And President Kennedy stating this, that a government that withholds information from its citizens, be that a constitutional republic with democratic values such as ours, would then cease to exist in that very foundation of what is meant to be a government that is self-governing from the people, from their votes, from their voice. So I say buckle up. I say get ready, because I think there's some earth-shattering information that will be revealed to us over the course of the tenure of Donald Trump. Because these are people, these are patriots who have come into these positions to truly make the federal government transparent once again. And it could be the TDS from a legacy media or the far left who wants to scream about this, but they once wanted transparency. I remember growing up, a Democrat Party who was willing to reveal names of sources, painfully so at times, so that they could get the truth out about Iraq. Because that intelligence community, whether it be now, but especially at that time, withheld information or claimed that there was yellow cake. Remember that? The weapons of mass destruction, the reason for going into Iraq, something we should have never done during George W. Bush's administration. Whether it be Republican or Democrat, we've had many different executive officers withholding information from the American people. We've had people in Congress doing the same. And this administration is committed to truth and transparency, and perhaps nothing even more interesting. You could say, oh, well, it was 90 years ago. It's Amelia Earhart. Who cares? No, well, it was someone who pioneered travel and helped change the way we live on an everyday basis because of her bravery. We should know what happened to an American original such as Amelia Earhart. So God be with her. God be with her soul, and resting with our Lord and Savior as we look on now. President Trump to hold a press conference with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. Now, the Israeli team in place. We are waiting for the American cabinet to come together, and we are covering all of the latest news and what's been happening around the world. Mr. Producer, I think it's worth noting again, cut 22, as ICE operations with Midway Blitz continue, over 500 illegals, kidnappers, traffickers, child rapists being removed from the city of Chicago. Communist Congressman Chuy Garcia refuses to count that as a win for some reason. Let's play that back from local Chicago media shared via Rapid Response.
Time and time again that the people that you are apprehending and kidnapping and interrogating and terrorizing are hardworking people that make Chicago and Illinois a better place for everyone.
Boy, oh boy, we have some real radicals running our cities, and it's a darn shame because there are some beautiful places, as President Trump has put out self-proclaimed New York City communist Zoran Mamdani. You've probably heard his name in the news with Cut 23, running for mayor of New York City. We know that Eric Adams is dropping out of the race, now making it a three-way competition between Mr. Mamdani, the Democrat nominee, who's also a communist, aptly named because that's the policies he's pushing, versus former Democrat governor of the Empire State and now turned independent, Andrew Cuomo, running with Curtis Sliwa, not with, against Curtis Sliwa, the Republican nominee, for leadership in New York City. This is one of the best things that happened to our great Republican Party. He is going to have problems with Washington like no mayor in the history of our once great city. Remember, he needs the money from me and as president in order to fulfill all of his fake communist promises. He won't be getting any of it, so what's the point in voting for him? This ideology has failed always for thousands of years, and it will fail again, and that's guaranteed. President DJT. It's President Trump not mixing any words as we await his arrival here at the press conference. Let's go to a quick commercial break for sponsors. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door. The White House just releasing the comprehensive plan we've been talking about this afternoon to end the Gaza conflict. Gaza will be a de-radicalized, terror-free zone that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. That's number one right off the top of the list. Gaza will also be redeveloped for benefit of the people of Gaza, who suffered more than enough. If both sides agree to this proposal, the war will immediately end. Israeli forces will withdraw, and they have agreed upon a line to prepare for hostage release. During this time, all military operations, including aerial and artillery bombardment, will be suspended, and the battle lines will remain frozen until conditions are met for the complete staged withdrawal. If you're just joining us, it's breaking news here at Right Side Broadcasting Network at 2:20. President Trump to hold a presser with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. And it seems as if, according to this White House email, there has been brokered peace in Gaza. Breaking news. It's a joy to be with you here on Monday, September 29th. I'm Robert McNeely, as your go-to live desk is breaking all of the information down for you right now. Within 72 hours of Israel publicly accepting this agreement, all hostages alive and deceased will be returned. Once all hostages are released, Israel will release 250 life sentence prisoners plus 1,700 Gazans who were detained after October 7th of 2023. Including all women and children detained in that context. For every Israeli hostage whose remains are released, Israel will release the remains of 15 deceased Gazans. Once all hostages are returned, Hamas members who commit to peaceful coexistence and to decommission their weapons will be given amnesty. Members of all Hamas who wish to leave Gaza will be provided safe passage to receiving countries. As we thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Prepare for that fall flu season and that prep. Tamiflu, antibiotics, antivirals, hydrochloroquine, methylene blue to NAD+, other life-saving meds, including 200, in fact, that you could take on the road with you this fall season. But as you prevent flu and COVID and different colds from being moved in and around your house, Allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN is truly your go-to. Scan the QR code now. It's RSBN10, RSBN10 for 10% off. Stock that medicine cabinet right now. Be prepared. Thank you to our sponsors at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. No red tape, no bureaucracy. Simply life-saving medication. As the Vice President of the United States enters the room, as well as members of the cabinet and the team who helped negotiate all of this. Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy. I believe Jared Kushner on hand, it looks like, for this, the original architect of the Abraham Accords, and Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on hand as well. Number 7 in this agreement. Upon acceptance of this agreement, full aid will immediately be sent into the Gaza Strip. At a minimum, aid quantities will be consistent with what was included. January 19th of 2025, agreement regarding humanitarian aid, including rehabilitation of infrastructure, water, electricity, sewage, rehabilitation of hospitals, and different facilities to provide for the removal of necessary equipment and rubble on open roads. Entry of distribution with aid in the Gaza Strip will proceed without interference from the two parties throughout the United Nations and in its agencies and the Red Crescent, in addition to other international institutions not associated in any manner with either party. Opening the Rafah crossing in both directions will be subject to the same mechanism implemented under the January 19th, 2025 agreement. Gaza will also be governed under the temporary transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical Palestinian committee responsible for delivering the day-to-day running of public services and municipalities to the people of Gaza. This committee will be made up of qualified Palestinians and international experts with oversight and supervision by a new international transitional body. The Board of Peace is what it will be aptly named, which will be headed and chaired by President Trump and other members and heads of state to be announced, including former Prime Minister Tony Blair. That's a very interesting pick considering his involvement in the Iraq War and the coalition of the willing, as it was called by the former Prime Minister and former President George W. Bush. Now, this body will be set with the framework and handle the funding and redevelopment of Gaza until such a time as the Palestinian Authority has completed its reform program, as outlined in various proposals, including President Trump's peace plan in 2020 and the Saudi-French proposal, and can securely and effectively take back control of Gaza. This body will call on best international standards to create modern and efficient governance that serves the people of Gaza and it's conducive to attracting investment. So that's the first 9 out the gate. Number 10, a Trump economic development plan to rebuild and energize Gaza will be created by convening a panel of experts who have helped birth some of the most thriving modern miracle cities in the Middle East. Many thoughtful investments, proposals, and exciting development ideas have been crafted by well-meaning international groups and will be considered to synthesize the security and government's time frames and the frameworks to attract a more cohesive Middle East. Now, this governance and security framework will have an opportunity to create investments in the region, jobs, opportunity, and hope for a future Gaza. A special economic zone will be established with preferred tariff and access rates to be negotiated with participating countries. Now, no one will be forced to leave Gaza, and those who wish to leave will be free to do so and free to return. We will encourage people to stay and offer them the opportunity to build a better Gaza. Now, Hamas and other factors agreed to not have any role in the governance of Gaza, directly, indirectly, or in any form. Any military, terror, and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapon production facilities, will be destroyed and not rebuilt. There will be a process of demilitarization of Gaza under the supervision of independent monitors, which will include placing weapons permanently beyond use through an agreed process of decommissioning. Let's go there live now. President Trump and the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to address this breaking news. Perhaps we have an end to war in Gaza.
Thank you very much, everybody. So this is a big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're going to, at least we're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East. And let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible, incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved, and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, these are incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day. The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning. Incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific, And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known him actually for a long time, and there are many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you in many cases they're great men and some great women too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it, the people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons of production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully, as progress is made toward achieving these goals. Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region, and that danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others, and they'll be named over the next few days, and it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed and soldiers have been killed. And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state. And he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I notice that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, maybe I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things. Please get the hostages back and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life, but he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago, they withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them, and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or a school or a mosque. That terrible thing, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many. I've seen so many of them, and they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it. And creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. Maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords are amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them fold up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords. And little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there because it's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it. Please don't do it. It'll end the whole world. Please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because they heard I was going to do it. And leaders of countries were calling me. And I think it was on a Thursday that I did it. And they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day. And I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday. And I called them back, the biggest people in the world. And they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You've made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem. And we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about it. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument. because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron, that's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people, too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. You think Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart, if you want to know the truth. I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from that. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown. And the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it. But they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel, for the way they fight, for the job they do, including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace. If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region, it's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were somewhere hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al-Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And its people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with because I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone. As the chairman of the board, I'll be involved, and we'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There are some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this is more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try, and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody, including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership. And I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with. And it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement. And I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East, and I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Pass it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA could have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, well, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy. It's tough going. But I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen. It wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that would be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, the many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add in Hebrew, G'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open. They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions? Or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think. No.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
May you be inscribed in the book of life. What a conclusion to a historic day. September 29th, 2025 may be remembered as the end to the Israeli-Gaza conflict with specifically Hamas. But again, as the Prime Minister and the President sharing very cordial words, and the fact that when these two nations work together, amazing things do happen. We have yet to see if Hamas will agree to this, and ultimately, traditionally, the Palestinian Liberation Organization as a whole has rejected countless calls for peace over the inception of the State of Israel ever since 1948, post-World War II. I'd like to cover just the second half of 11 through 20 of this agreement as it stands. The gentleman not taking questions, the leaders appropriately so, given the very important nature of this agreement. But number 11, a special economic zone will be established with preferred tariff and access rates to be negotiated with participating countries. No one will be forced to leave Gaza, and those who wish to leave will be free to do so and free to return. We will encourage people to stay and offer them the opportunity to build a better Gaza. Hamas and other factions agreed to not have any role in governance of Gaza, directly and indirectly, or in any form. All military, terror, and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapon production facilities, will be destroyed and not rebuilt. There will be a process of demilitarization, as both President and Prime Minister did speak on earlier, in Gaza under the independent supervision of monitors, including placing weapons permanently beyond use through an agreed process of decommissioning. New Gaza will be independent and have fully committed to building a prosperous economy to a peaceful coexistence with its neighbors. There will be a guarantee provided by regional partners to ensure that Hamas and the factions comply with their obligations, and New Gaza poses no threat to its neighbors or people. The United States will work with Arab and international partners to develop a temporary international stabilization force, ISF, it will be known as, to immediately deploy to Gaza. The ISF will train and provide support to vetted Palestinian police forces in Gaza, and will consult with Jordan and Egypt, who have extensive experience in this field. This will force the long-term international security solution. The ISF will work with Israel and Egypt to help secure border areas along with the newly trained Palestinian police forces. It is critical to prevent munitions from entering Gaza and to facilitate the rapid and secure flow of goods to rebuild and revitalize the area. So this will be an interesting piece of the puzzle with IDF, ISF, and the guarantors of the United States to the objective security of Gaza, Israel, Egypt, and its citizens. It lays along those borders, progressively handing the Gaza territory to new leadership in the presence that will remain under Gaza, properly consulted through this new international board. So in the event that Hamas delays or rejects this proposal, the above included the scaled-up aid operation will proceed in the terror-free areas handed over from the IDF to the ISF. An interfaith dialogue process will be established based on the values of tolerance and peaceful coexistence to try and change mindsets and narratives of Palestinians and Israelis by emphasizing the benefits that can be derived from peace. And while Gaza redevelopment advances, and when the PA reform program is faithfully carried out, the conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood, which we recognize as the aspiration of the Palestinian people. The United States will establish a dialogue between Israel and the Palestinians to agree on a political horizon for a peaceful and prosperous coexistence. This is all released by the White House prior to that bilateral meeting. We do have an image of what the borders would look like as a result of all this to end the war. The blue line being the IDF current line of control, the yellow line being the initial withdrawal with hostage release, and the red being the second withdrawal when the ISF is mobilized per standard set in the Trump plan. Finally, there's a gray area on the outside bordering Israel with Egypt as well, a third withdrawal security buffer zone. So basically a third phase situation. Now, President Trump made clear as well that he does at times have disagreements with the prime minister, but they have robust discussion. It's what friends and foes can do at times. We have been friends with Israel since day one. We have always stood with Israel and the Israeli people. And for those who are saying this is a simple two-state solution, it really goes beyond that, as the president and the prime minister laying out that this is the Abrahamic Accords in the old Yiddish, as it is known, that was pushed forward initially by Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, now being crucial to the roles, including the Vice President and Secretary of State Marco Rubio in all of these negotiations. So regardless, a very historic day. We will see what takes place in the coming hours, coming potential days and weeks regarding this, and to see if the Palestinian leaders do ultimately agree to this. But this is quite a path forward and breaking news this afternoon at the White House. President Trump will also be meeting with Democrat leaders later today. As we close out this broadcast, President Trump unveiling a plan for peace in Gaza and potentially the end of a conflict which began due to terrorism on October 7th of 2023, nearly a 2-year battle and the exchange of hostages and remains on both sides, to be seen if agreement does come to these very interesting and developing terms. Thank you for tuning into Right Side Broadcasting Network and to mypillow.com/RSBN for sponsoring us here at the network. The 6-piece towel set back in stock. The regular going for $70, but now under 40, a very limited quantity, different colors. It's a lovely towel, and it really does get you dry. It actually does its job. Call today. Don't delay. 800-836-7566, mypillow.com/RSBN. Mr. Mike Lindell, thank you for defending free speech, election integrity, and providing such great quality, high-end American products, all for an affordable price right out of Minnesota. And also, if you'd like to donate to the Go-To Live Desk, support us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also text RSBN to 801-801. There's a physical address as well. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Thanks for being with us since 11 o'clock this morning on the East Coast to break down a historic day in American history, in Israeli history, and God willing, peace and prosperity throughout the Middle East as the story continues to develop. Again, President Trump meeting with Democrats to attempt a prevention of a government shutdown, and the CR needs to fully be passed by tomorrow, Tuesday, September 13th. We're also anticipating President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to meet tomorrow with countless generals and admirals in Quantico, Virginia, being called back for details and I'm sure what will be an important announcement regarding our armed forces. If there's any breaking news, we'll be right here for you. Get all America First updates and exclusive offers at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. For all of my colleagues here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Robert McNeely. God bless you. Have a wonderful Monday, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bedsheets only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queens $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.